What is up, everybody? We are back. Part 2 of this video. We went for 4 hours, 30 minutes or something like that last night, this morning. And we're going to pick up where we left off. This, as I said in the last video, isn't going to be the most exciting stream. But, you know, it's hopefully going to be informal to anybody that wants to learn how to use Sketchup. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you are interested in learning how to get into some basic 3D modeling, especially as it relates to architecture and visualization. We are going to be uploading a lot of videos as it relates to SketchUp, Unreal Engine, and you know, a little bit of moving between the two programs to create our own assets from scratch. And I'm going to be creating some videos with Dash at some point, but we want to build our own environments, and I'm doing this project now to kind of teach the fundamentals of what it takes to build out a full environment in YouTube. I've got a video here on the bottom right hand corner from the founder of Dash, an Unreal Engine plugin. I'm going to play this while I design, and it's going to help me design a little bit faster, and maybe it's something that you can enjoy to listen to as well. I'll minimize this a little bit so it's not so huge, and just, you know, just enjoy listening along as I work on this project. As always, leave me a comment letting me know, you know, what you're watching for, like what interests you about this stream, and how I can create content that appeals directly to you, so that when I make videos in the future, I can address any problems that you run into as a 3D artist, designer, whatever it is. This is showcasing some interior design, some SketchUp, like my workflow for designing a space from scratch using measurements. This is the room that I'm actually sitting in right now. My computer is on up against this wall. I have some pictures here I'll show you. A little bit of a mess. Actually, let me bring this picture in at 100% opacity. And that's the room that I'm sitting in right now. I've got some various different angles. So let me show you a few of those different angles from the last stream that we did. And these are just photos I took with my iPhone. I zoomed all the way out. Just needed a few references, but also I wanted to show you guys what this looked like. And we're going to proceed today with bringing in some elements from 3D Warehouse. And some of those elements that I'll be bringing in are going to be obviously created by other people. I'll be bringing in something like smoke detectors, vents, light switches, power outlets, and maybe that's it. I think that maybe a window. Instead of designing a whole window, because I didn't do all the measurements for the window since I have an air conditioner unit, like tubing in the window, I didn't want to include all of that. I just wanted to get the basic outline of this room created. So we're going to push play on this video, and I'm going to go through and wrap up as much of this project as I can in about an hour, 30 minutes. So without further ado, the story behind Polygon Flow and Dash from Future Familiar Podcast, episode 1.
I think my whole life has been fueled by Autodesk neglecting Maya, basically. Like everything I do is just that. And he reached out and he said, yo, I'm seeing what you're doing. It's great. Do you want to join us at Quixel? I was like, oh my God. Well, are you serious? The early days of Polygon Flow were terrible. Like, oh my God. It was a lot of struggle. I never thought it would be that hard. I mean, I knew it would be hard, but God damn, it was something else. The people that make Unreal Engine don't make worlds. They create games, and the games have their own technical art team, and there's all sorts of complexities. And Dash is basically a product that zooms out on everything and just goes, okay, you just want to make a really cool environment. let's focus on the essentials.
Welcome to the first episode of the Future Familiar podcast, where we explore the future of digital art, design, world building, and storytelling. Today, we'll be chatting with Adnan, the founder of a company called Polygon Flow, whose world building toolset is quickly becoming my favorite way to create bigger and better environments in Unreal Engine 5. In this episode, we break down Adnan's journey from a student watching tutorials back in his home country of Mauritania to creating and selling his first tools for Autodesk Maya, and how that landed him an opportunity to move to Sweden and to work at Quixel itself. From there, Adnan walks me through the emotional journey of choosing to leave Quixel at the height of its popularity, just as it was being acquired by Epic, to instead go and launch his own company, along with the many ups and downs of what it was like building and growing Polygon Flow from nothing to what it is today. We also close the episode with a candid discussion about the future of digital art as we see it, and advice for new artists trying to break into the industry today, where he shares some incredibly inspirational and very practical advice. So I encourage you to stick around till the end for that. But real quick, on a personal note, before we get started, I just wanted to express to you all that creative podcasts have always held a special place in my heart. For years, podcasts like the Collective Podcast by Ash Thorpe or Manche's Art Cafe have fueled my creative growth and personal journey, and it was a fun challenge trying to capture some of that same energy and feelings those podcasts gave me and to channel it back into this first episode, but instead as a host. So as I work to get my feet under me interviewing guests, I'd love to get your thoughts on how this first episode turned out and what you'd like to see more of in the future. So please take a moment and drop a comment or shoot me a DM. I'd really appreciate hearing from you. And until then, let's go ahead and jump into this first episode.
Been a crazy release. I mean, Epic released 5.4 at like GDC, and it basically messed up with our entire tech stack, like in a massive way. And we had like a 1 month worth of delay, and that was terrible. But thankfully, we solved it, and reception has been amazing so far.
Yeah, I saw you also, I think on Twitter, mentioned that you have some presence down at Unreal Fest in Prague too.
Yes, I am not there because I have so much
Yeah.
things to code in. But
Yeah.
Daniel Somos, who's an investor in the company and co-runs it with me, he's there. My colleague, also Daniel Fedin, are there. So we have good coverage there. Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. I've had my eye on you guys for a while. I'm fairly new to Unreal, just a few years now, but I had seen some stuff that you did, like floating around. I think it was called something previously before Dash.
Yeah, it was called Graphen. It was a
Graphen,
node-based
yeah.
software. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd seen that, and it was super cool. It was touching on a lot of the things that I was struggling with as a student, and maybe we can get to that a bit later. But I think when it came over to Dash, I think that was sometime last year.
Yeah, like September.
Yeah, I started playing with it, I think like a few months ago now, and I test a lot of tools, and I think it might be my favorite world building tool right now. Like
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's doing a lot of things that are very artist friendly, and I think we can get into some of the details of that. But before we get to that, I was so curious. I started looking through some old podcasts you had done, some old Medium articles you had written, and a lot of the stuff kind of sparked a lot of questions that I wanted to kind of dig into a little bit here. How did you get started in all this? You had touched on it a little bit, but how did you get into digital art and building tools in the first place?
Ooh, that's a that's a long story.
That's a loaded question. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I was born in Africa, Central Africa, and I basically initially started with I was just the worst person at school you could ever think of. Like I just didn't like it at all. And at some point, I think it was at around the end of middle school, my family basically was broke enough that they couldn't send me and my brother to high school. And so one of us had to make a choice. He was already there in high school, so I didn't want to, like just jeopardize his future. And I also really hated school anyway, so I just picked that as felt like I found the best excuse in the world to actually go and do something that I like. I did not know exactly what it was going to be. Like it wasn't I want to be a digital artist. It was more like I really like what I'm seeing in computers. I mean, they're magical. And
Yeah.
at the time, I was trying to, dabbling in just After Effects, doing video editing. I was playing with Blender a little bit here and there. Maybe something will come out of that. I did a game in Unity. So really just going, all around, trying everything, seeing what works. And I think at some point it just started becoming more and more obvious that doing 3D art was what interested me the most, trying to tell stories. Initially through like small stuff, because when you're a 3D artist, you're gonna make a gun or a table or something, and there's not a great story. You're not gonna create the story of like the Bible or whatever with a gun or
Yeah.
a table. Yeah.
Sure.
And so I started doing that, and I think a year after really getting into it, I started getting job offers. But unfortunately, anytime I would do an art test and pass it, I would get a rejection because I had like a passport from a country called Mauritania. Nobody knows what the hell is Mauritania. Or even, if you can even, it's the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. We don't have the greatest reputation out there. And so it was a bit complicated to actually get a job overseas. And I just kept doing this over and over again, applying for an art test, getting it, failing. And I remember one time I did not get the art test, and they told me, you didn't get it because you suck. And I was so happy because finally I felt like it was something I could, work on. Um, but I mean, all of that basically made me think that I needed to be an exceptional artist. Like if a team looked at me, um, they should be able to make the case that we're going to get this random dude in some random country in nowhere over someone who literally lives, down the block and who's just as good as a 3D artist. I needed something more. And this is where getting into tech art and making tools came into the picture. I wanted to do environments faster, and so I started with small things, hotkeys and whatnot, and then just small scripts. Like if you have a selected object, apply a random material on it, or randomly adjust the tint of it, that type of stuff. And very progressively, it started going up and up and up and up until one day I became kind of ready to start selling those tools because people in the industry started noticing what I was doing and yeah, I just started doing that. I posted them on Gumroad. I think the first one was a tool for Maya called QuickPipe. And you
I think I
basically,
actually used that
a lot
ages
of
ago.
people
Yeah.
used it. Yeah, yeah, a lot of
Yeah.
people used it. I mean, if you played the God of War game of 2018, some of the routes were made with that tool. And that was when I learned, I was like, oh my God. But
Yeah,
I
that's very
mean,
cool.
that tool basically made me who I am today in a way, making pipes. Who would have thought? And
Yeah.
and I mean, basically what happened there was I started selling them, and I got like $1,000. I think it was like in the first day, and I didn't have a credit card or anything. It was on Gumroad because it was the only website that allowed you to make a sell and make money before you even put a way to get the money out. And I showed it to my family. I was like, please, anybody has something, this is not a scam, it's real money. And my brother-in-law at the time had a PayPal account, and he was like, sure, give me the account. And this was like 2 days into after selling the tool, and I was nearing $5,000 then. It was, I mean, I like that type of money, making that type of money in Africa in such a tiny amount of time was just unimaginable. And it worked, it wasn't a scam, turned out. And so, yeah, I started doing more and more tools, really getting, I never got really good as a programmer because I don't have an inherent interest in that as like an art. For me, it's just I want to solve a problem that allows me to make art. And that meant the range of tools that I could make was limited. But it was, I mean, the problem with the industry is the people who make tools don't know how to use them, and they don't make art enough to understand how many low-hanging fruits there are all around. And And this is basically why I was successful. I wasn't an amazing guy who figured out black magic. It's just no one is looking at the small things that annoy you every single day
Mm.
and fixing them. And I think until today, Dash, now that I have a bigger team, Dash combines both, like the complex problems and the small ones. But very often we hear people say, I love that tiny checkbox. It makes my day. And so that's basically, selling tools. After that, Quixel tries to hire me, and they fought to get me a visa so that I could come to Sweden, and they managed to do that. And so I joined Quixel in 2017. I built the Megascan plugin for pretty much all DCCs that they had for Maya, not Unity, but for like Maya, Blender, 3ds Max, Unreal Engine. And that was a great kind of gateway for a lot of people to just, drag and drop a Megascan asset into Unreal and have everything, the material ready to go. Same thing with the blend material.
A lot to unpack there. That's a long
Yeah.
journey. A couple of years, I guess you probably just covered.
Yeah.
I would love to unpack a little bit of the early stuff. So like when you're playing around, you said After Effects and Blender and these different tools. What was that like? Like what was your inspiration? Like what was driving you from thing to thing? I'm curious about that process that led you to the kind of tech art.
I think the beginning was actually there's this Japanese anime called Naruto, and I'm a huge fan of it. And at the time, the episodes get released in Japan, and it usually takes months before the translated versions come out in French or English. But there are these kind of underground communities that go out there, take the episode, and add subtitles. They call them fan subtitles, basically. And whenever those episodes start, there was always like a theme song that was like catchy and nice, and they would have to translate it. And some of the people who did the kind of the translation really loved their hobby, and they would make the text, like animate and do all kind of crazy stuff along with the motion. And I just loved that. I was very this was in like the French community, because in many parts of Africa we speak French. My mother is half French, and I was very passionate about helping the French sub community in that area. And so I started kind of dabbling into it, and I got good enough. But by the time I was just good enough to start really, contributing, 3D had piqued my interest. And I never. One thing that I have, I think, until this day is I don't hold on like real tight to anything. I feel like, it's just like if you ask me like an opinion on something, and I'm gonna hold it. But unless I feel like this is something I know a lot about, I'm not gonna, fight for it. And for hobbies, I was always the same. I loved everything about the After Effects, and I think it was a bit of Cinema 4D at the time. Just doing motion graphic effects with text, like scaling and then vanishing it with opacity, that type of effect. Also, just a lot of keying to make sure that the text, if there's an explosion, to just do some really cool animation. Use Element 3D from Video Copilot, a plugin on After Effects.
Of course, yeah.
Just go in all in on all of that. So that was basically the first kind of phase there. Yeah.
So guys, what I'm doing right now is I'm browsing through 3D Warehouse, and I'm looking at different models for outlets and light switches that I know I want to use. I'm also going to look for the square vent and the rectangle air vent. But I'm going to use my phone to take a picture in the Google app of my ceiling fan so that I can see what the brand is, and maybe, let's see, Google, maybe we can find that on 3D Warehouse as well. So 3D Warehouse is a great repository of 3D models provided by users, and some provided by companies who want to showcase their 3D models for their real life products. But some of these products that are created by users often are really poorly optimized. You'll have like these miscellaneous lines, terrible materials. Sometimes the modeling isn't all that great, but that gives us an opportunity to open the models up review them, just kind of look over the models and determine whether or not there's something that we want to use in our project. And usually what I'll do is I'll check the model for optimization issues. I'll optimize the model if I really like the model. And I'll do all of this in the project that I download. So the SKP file for SketchUp that I download from 3D Warehouse before I import that model into my project. And usually I'll strip all of the assets, all of the materials off the model. I don't know that I have, let me see if I have V-Ray installed, and it doesn't look like I do. Tools. Yeah, I don't think I have V-Ray installed right now. Let's see here. V-Ray. So yeah, typically what I'll do is I'll strip all of the materials off of the model before I bring them into my project, and then I will create new materials or apply new materials to those models that I download from the 3D warehouse. But yes, it does look like I do not have V-Ray installed anymore. It's been so long since I've used this, and I must have uninstalled so much stuff. But we're going to go back and maybe install that in a little bit. Anyways, I hope you're enjoying listening to this podcast, because I'm not doing anything super exciting right now. But when I do something, the reason I'm streaming while listening to the podcast is because I don't want to add on anything into this project off of the stream. So I want everything that I do in this project to have been streamed.
And then from there, you discovered, what were you building those first tools in? Like, what was your first tool that you were working on to build? I guess to solve probably some sort of challenge you were having, that something wasn't working for you out of the box, or what was
the first one was actually QuickPipe.
It was QuickPipe. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I started it on like a Friday, worked throughout the weekend, and then around Sunday, really late at night, I just shared a small, maybe 12 seconds GIF where you draw a curve in Maya, you select it, and then you hit one key, and you have these interactive options where you can adjust all kind of parameters.
And how did you build that tool? What were you using at that point? I guess.
So at that time, I was using Maya, and I was using this programming language called MelScript. And
Okay.
Mel scripting is really simple. It's specifically for Maya embedded language. And basically, you can do like very simple logic where it's like, get selection, and then you do extrude, and you find the points and you extrude around. And it gives you all the different options. Again, very simple stuff. It's just when you stack them up, it gives you something that feels truly unique. And when I shared that GIF, there were like 4 people that I really admired in the industry. One of them was at Christophe Des, who's at Naughty Dog. Another one, Raul Aparicio from Sony Santa Monica, and Victor Reumann, who was at Quixel, with whom I worked with a lot when I joined. They saw it and they were like, Jesus, that looks fantastic. Where can I buy it? I was like, buy it. I'm going to give it to you for free once I'm done. And I remember Victor told me, no, dude, do not give this for free. You're trying to break in the industry. This is a great chance. Sell it. I want to pay you because this is going to save me a lot of time. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's fine. And that was the main motivator. In terms of what type of art I was trying to do with it, the main inspiration was from this artist called Thor Frick. He's a hard surface artist in the game industry. He did there's this game called The Ascent by a studio called Neon Giant. Really amazing I don't know how they're called, top-down game. But basically, he was a hard surface artist, amazing vehicles, guns, and whatnot. And his kind of signature mark was always his things had a lot of pipes in them. Like, it was just something, when you see a Torfic render, you know it's a Torfic render. And he was using Modo. I used it a bit, but I was like, I don't want to, leave home just so that I can get pipes. It doesn't make sense.
Sure. Yeah.
And so I decided to that's basically how I started trying to actually get that workflow right inside Autodesk Maya as well. I think my whole life has been fueled by Autodesk neglecting Maya, basically. Like everything I do is just that.
Yeah, a nice little niche you filled there. I guess maybe not even niche. It was maybe a large need. um,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but yeah, so then from there, Quixel found you, or you built other tools first, or what was the you had the
Yeah,
pipe tool, and then from there, what
I
happened?
had a few other tools, and one tool that I built, Quixel had these textures. They're called like atlases. It's just like a sheet of leaves or debris and whatnot. And I think at the time I had built a tool that automatically converted them to meshes. And from there, you could immediately start like scattering them or doing whatever. I didn't do that other part, but just I had this panel where you could browse through all of your atlases and then uh, drag and drop one in the viewport and you'll get it. Kind of an early version of what all these new tools like Quixel Bridge, Dash Content Browser would later on become. And it had picked the eye of what's his name again? Victor, the same Victor. He has been kind of. I think I had like three instances in my life where he just appeared and drastically changed the course. So thanks a lot to him. And he reached out and he said, "Yo, I seeing what you're doing. It's great. Do you want to join us at Quixel?" I was like, oh my God. Well, are you serious right now? And later on, I had a call with Teddy, who's the founder of Quixel. And it was basically first love on first sight. I knew we would create some really cool stuff. And when I joined Quixel, it was the company was really small. I had just landed here, and finding an apartment in Sweden takes a lot of time. And so I lived in the office for I think the first 2, 3 months. Teddy also lived in the office because he's like obsessed about his work. And what that meant is I got to learn from the greatest. Like
Yeah,
every
sure.
day we would be awake until like 4 a.m. just solving some problem on Megascans, trying to come up with something to fix like some details. And I think in that period of time, it basically allowed me to go from understanding the small nitty gritty, like let me solve that tiny bug in Quixel Bridge, all the way to the vision of what he wants to do with it all. And as a result, a lot of people in the company would sometimes come to me and talk and, hear what I think about something because I try to um, think about Quixel as closely as he does as possible. And that made me go up quite quickly in the company's hierarchy, whatever you want to call it. I went from solving kind of small specific tools to helping the broader content strategy there with how Bridge should work and whatnot. And then when we started distributing Bridge to people, it wasn't very successful, and I was very frustrated by that. So I told Teddy and Vakar, who was the co-founder of Quixel, that I would leave the company if they didn't give me the role of content evangelist, because I wanted to do marketing and fix it. I mean, I could sell my old tools. I should be able to do this too. And so I had the opportunity to bounce back here and there. It was a really, really cool experience.
How long were you at Quixel before you left again to do
I
your
think
own thing?
I think I was there for about 2.5 to 3 years, something like that. Yeah.
It's a very
Uh,
concentrated period of building, it sounds like.
yeah, it was intense, like
Mm,
crazy intense. I mean, I think when Epic acquired them in November, the 9th of November was announced 2019. I had announced to Teddy a week prior to that I was leaving to start Polygon Flow because first of all, leaving Epic was a hard decision because um, all the money that's on the table,
sure.
that's for sure. But it just felt like if I wanted, I really felt like I wanted to do something that felt like it's my own baby, getting to
Yeah.
see Quixel from the days of, I used to hear about Quixel all the way back in 2012. And like, they were really good and still are really good at what they do. And seeing all that journey all the way to, I'll never forget the day before the announcement. Um, Teddy was in the studio, basically trying to record a video announcing it before he goes to London. It was like an Unreal Fest event of sort, and also announced it. And he called me. I had an apartment by then. He called me and he said, "Could you come in? I can't do this. I have to hold the camera. I'm not sure about the script and whatnot." And so I went there and we did a few tweaks here and there on the script, tried to hold some sheets, just to improve the lighting here and there. Did a few takes, and then he went on and announced it. And seeing all of that made me feel I'm not gonna be happy on my deathbed if I don't feel like I tried to go through this adventure from A to Z. And
Yeah.
hence Polygon Flow.
Yeah, and then I guess if we get into that, we mentioned earlier the different naming. I looked at your bio on Twitter right now, which reads, for anyone who hasn't seen it, our mission with Dash is to create next generation tools that give you access to the best artistic workflows straight within Unreal Engine. And then I scrolled all the way back to your very first tweet on the account, and it read, announcing Polygon Flow, a new tech company that aims to redefine the way CG tools are created, shared, and maintained. So
Yes.
I'm very curious to close that gap in this discussion. So you started off as a tool to help artists and developers create tools, it sounds like.
Yeah.
So what was that? What was that early journey there?
Yeah, I mean, before I started kind of this whole idea of word building, what I wanted to focus on was the things that I loved doing before joining Quixel, which was there is all these small things that people are annoyed by, and I want to solve all of them. But I don't like the fact that I have to do it in a really detached way. I'd love it if I had like a unified interface where I could jump in. Today, I want to solve a word building problem. I do that. I want to solve some other arbitrary like QuickPipe or whatever problem I'm facing. Even if it's find 10 different open 10 folders, rename all the files based on their timestamp, and then do whatever you want with them. So a workflow automation tool of sorts. And that was basically the vision behind Polygon Flow. We would be creating a lot of the tools that you're seeing today. I think to this day, actually, that's basically what we ended up doing. I think the biggest difference is we focus on the end results versus the process. Initially, we wanted to do both. Like we had Graphene, which was the tool maker, and Metanode, which was the tools library. Now, Metanode has become Dash, library of tools that you can use to solve all kind of problems with a specific angle towards word building. And so we released the Graphene, and it was like the timing couldn't have been worse because when we started, there was no Blender geometry node, and so there was this huge kind of untapped market. When we started, there was no Maya's Bifrost. Also huge potential on Maya. When we started, Unreal Engine wasn't mature in its word building tools. There's no such thing as PCG or whatever. Again, when we started, Houdini Engine was there, but it wasn't prominent in the industry. But by the time we released, which was around July 2021, there was just no chance. And we tried to push hard, we tried to go, okay, let's focus more on the tools because the building part is going to be hard. Let's improve it and improve the tools even more. We tried to do that, didn't move the needle. And those were terrible. The early days of Polygon Flow were terrible. Like, oh my God, it was a lot of struggle. I never thought it would be that hard. I mean, I knew it would be hard, but God damn, it was something else. And basically, what we ended up doing, I think it was the announcement of ChatGPT that convinced me that the whole tool building thing, forget about it. That is just not going to happen. Because even if you manage to become wildly successful with it in 3 years, nodes are going to be irrelevant in 3 years. And if they're still relevant, it doesn't mean that it's the right approach. It just means that nobody cares enough to look at how you can actually use natural language to solve all these problems. Because why wouldn't you? And so I think ChatGPT was basically the final nail in the coffin for the tool maker, and it was an opportunity for us to go, okay, people already love the tools that we're shipping, but they don't seem to care much about the tool maker. Let's give the people what they want. And so we went all in. We improved Graphene a lot, and still struggling a bit here and there. And then after a few iterations, we felt like, okay, this next version is going to be really big, but we need to change the name. And I was in Spain. We had a board meeting there, and Teddy, the Pixel founder, happened to be around. And so, we caught up and we started talking about company, non-company stuff, and then Polygon Flow came up, and this is where we started really kind of doing back and forth feedback here and there, just what can I improve, the vice versa. And what came out of it basically was just a lot of encouragement, where I felt like, yeah, I needed that. I needed the motivation. I needed to see someone that is really detached from the day-to-day life of Adnan.
Yeah.
And, came back from the trip and just went like, okay, we're going to change the product name, and we're going to change the interface to a prompt bar because we want to really dig more into that. That ended up not working as well as I would have thought. We can get into that later. But yeah, basically just doing that pivot, and we announced Dash, and it was like a massive, massive difference compared to what we did before.
I'm really excited to mess around with Dash in Unreal Engine. I've been working on this big project. If you're new to my channel, just go back and look into my playlists for the 3D models and 3D like rendering playlist, and you'll see a big Unreal Engine project that I'm working on. Whole computer has to be that academic. So I'm working on this huge project that's going to take a lot of work, and I know nothing about nodes and procedural workflows and coding. So it's really intimidating to be working on such a big project and have so many things to think about. And this new tool called Dash is supposed to make it all that much easier. Actually, I'll play a video real quick. I need to do a quick install. And I'm going to play this video and show you exactly what I'm talking about while I do this install. But yeah, I'm enjoying this conversation. I don't know if you guys are interested in Unreal Engine workflows, designing video games using Dash, but I'm going to let this video loop while this podcast continues, and I'm going to work on installing V-Ray really quickly.
And immediately we started seeing people coming in, trying it out, going, you know what, this is actually something I might want to get behind. And yeah.
I imagine with like your background and going from, being an artist to building tools to making it at Quixel to going back to your own thing, I imagine when it wasn't working, a lot of thoughts were going through your head of should I have left Quixel, or I don't know. I can imagine that would have been a very contemplative time for you on what your future would be as a creator, and having that mentorship from somebody so senior in the industry, that must have been very very comforting, or just yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I basically live a fairly secluded life. Like, I'm not an introvert. I can go to a conference, talk, mingle, whatever. But if I have the choice, and I do, I basically avoid people at all costs. And actually, I live in Gothenburg, and Teddy is like 30 minutes walk, but we see each other once every 3 months, basically. And yeah, and
I have a similar personality. I guess we fit in well here in Scandinavia.
I adopted the Swedish mindset. And I mean,
sure.
the one of the biggest things I think about how I tend to process information is just I spent a lot of years living alone because I was just so hell-bent on making sure that I had a career in the things that I loved. And that meant working day and night nonstop for years, like over and over and over again. And all the intrusive thoughts, all the bad things you can say about yourself, the good things, they have danced so much that at some point they were just tired, and they're like, okay, let's make peace with this idiot. It's not worth the trouble. And so, as a result, I'm just, I think for better or worse, I'm more comfortable when I'm in moments where it's like epic fail or epic win. I can absorb the shock and just start thinking about what can I do next? Because again, the voices that tell you something, I know them. I know them
Yeah.
enough. So it's like, you don't scare me. Just whatever I want to tell myself if something doesn't work out. A big problem here is we tend to associate ourselves with our projects so much, especially when it's a startup. Like when Graphene was not successful and was failing, I would tell myself that Adnan, was failing. And when we would do something thinking, okay, this update is going to be cool, and literally not a single person gave a flying F, I was
Yeah.
like, oh, what is that? The voice would be, oh, what does that say about you, Adnan? And so it was very instrumental and crucial for me to be in that space where I could just go like, you know what? I don't even try to deny that. In effect, I'm just like, yeah, what does that say about me? I need to make this right. And because I always feel like there are some battles. If I'm like, no, it's detached. I want to wage that battle tomorrow. Today, I want to win
Yeah.
this one. And I just, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that growth mindset is something that is hard to come by, where you are able to distance yourself from the success or failure of something that you put so much of your energy and love into as like a creator or artist. I can't
Yeah.
imagine, for you, I guess you had gone from that point. I don't know, you had a team at that point as well, right? That you were kind of responsible
Yes.
for. You've gone from being a solo creator to being under an umbrella to now being responsible. Like
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
vision and decisions impact more people than just you. That's a
Yeah.
hard thing
And
to internalize.
Yeah, and initially I wasn't very good at it. I hired kind of the right people at the wrong time, or the wrong people at the right time, or the wrong people full stop, or sometimes just like a budget miscalculation where it's like, God damn it, if we don't hit these and that numbers by that time, we're gonna have to
Yeah.
do some cuts. And so there were, as I said earlier, the beginnings of this company were just, oh my God. And I mean, as with the industry as a whole, there were a lot of kind of concessions that we had to make sure that we survive. But I would say if I had to, I would never say if I had to redo Polygon Flow, I'd do it exactly the same. Like, no freaking way. There were so many things that I would change. I would still want to do it, but only if I had like full control and could change like 80% of the things that uh, good and bad decisions. Because sometimes we would make like a pivot where it seemed good in the moment and it gave us some decent numbers, but then over time it plays against us. Like it happens a lot with like architectural changes in the product where it may seem obvious that it's a good choice now, but then later you're just bound to it and you can't change it unless you invest like 6 months worth of engineering in. And you can't do that without basically dying as a company. So there were a lot of things. I think in the end, when I open up Unreal Engine and I try to open PCG and create an environment, or open Houdini Engine, I used to use Houdini a lot. I know the basics of Houdini. In fact, before starting this whole tool maker thing, I tried to create that vision with Houdini because I felt that if I could do this, then problem solved. I just make all the tools that I know people struggle with. I continue making art all the time so that I stay up to date, and voila. But it didn't work because of all the complexities, the UX and whatnot. And
Yeah.
so nowadays, when I open up Dash, it's like it feels unique in how it approaches everything, and I think the end result has been really good of this
I want to talk
journey.
about that experience here in a second, because I
Mhm.
noticed the same thing. But before we do that, just because people listening might not fully understand what it is, Dash is, we kind of glossed over it a little bit and touched on it here and there. But
Yeah,
for somebody who's like new to Unreal or new to world building in general, what is Dash to Unreal Engine, right? Like if you were to open
yeah.
up an Unreal Engine as like a new creator and then you layered Dash on top of it, what's kind of like that main experience difference that you guys are building?
Sure. I mean, the people that make Unreal Engine don't make worlds. They create games, and the games have their own technical art team, and there's all sorts of complexities. And Dash is basically the product that zooms out on everything and just goes, okay, you just want to make a really cool environment. Let's focus on the essentials. You want to be able to scatter objects. Here's a tool that allows you to do that. You want to be able to browse them and tag your assets just so they're easier to find. Here's a tool that allows you to do that. And it continues on like materials where you want to paint a path and have some water puddle. So basically, Dash is a very, very structured approach to the word building process. And that goes from the blank scene all the way to the post-processing level. Any problem that sits in between. The other day we were solving a tiny thing where it's like, let's say you are making a material and you or some assets and you want to send them to me. In Unreal Engine, it's like a really complicated project of migrating, blah blah blah, find the dependencies. We were just like, well, I have to do this often. Let me make an action. Just type export, hit enter, and it exports your selection in a zip. You can send it done. So Dash can be something as small as that, all the way to here's this big word building system. Like the goal is to make sure that you can get home by dinner, basically, and that
Yeah.
involves all of those tiny, tiny steps.
When I was reading, or I guess like going back to like your live broadcast you did last week for 1.7, which is the most recent version, you did something that mirrored something you wrote a long time ago. I think when you were talking about like a feature or benefit of MetaNode, you had written something around UV unwrapping where you could just type unwrap objects and then it would unwrap objects. And then
Yeah,
when I was looking at your live stream last week, the very first thing you did to showcase Dash was F11 into full screen mode. And I thought that it was such a small thing, but so different than
yeah,
I've ever interacted with Unreal before. Where, you know, if you look at Unreal, if anyone's ever opened it, you have like a bunch of panels and buttons. And if you're a beginner and you watch a beginner tutorial, the first thing people do is like, here's like the UI and all these things is what's going on. And you were giving intro to Dash, and the first thing you did was removed all that. It
yeah,
was all you see is a viewport and a little bar at the top, and then all of a sudden you're creating by typing and doing different things. And I thought that experience was very artist friendly, very cool.
yeah, yeah,
But I'm curious, like how you got to that exact experience where
yeah.
there's not panels and settings and buttons. It's just be in this borderless viewports and just start creating here. Like, what was the realization point where you knew you wanted to do that? Because it seemed like even back with MetaNode, you already wanted people just to be typing things and to change that experience a little bit. Like,
Yeah,
how did that come to
yeah.
be as like a vision of yours?
I mean, I think it's just I don't want to make tools, I want to make art.
Mm-hmm.
And I find modern interfaces to be repulsive. I find Dash's interface to be repulsive, to be honest. I find like I really think that the current creative process is just completely broken. And I am obsessed with this ability that where well this how can I even describe it? This the canvas that painters have, where you have your brush and there's something in front of you, and then you move your hand. There's no UI UX. If you want to do something, it's just either you have the skills or you don't, and that's it. And what I wanted to transcribe basically with Dash was just something similar, where it's like what would you do if you weren't in your current circumstances, if there wasn't all of these things around you and it was just you and your ideas, would they actually be worth it? I think most people have terrible ideas but they can't ever materialize them, and so there's not even this iterative process to get to the better version of the ideas. And my hope, even for myself, I do these. Last year, I did this daily art where every day I make one environment. I did it for 62 days. I'm doing it now. I'm on the day. Today is going to be day 31, so I have to do one sometime later after the call. And all of that basically puts me in a position where I get to really hate the process because I have to do it every way. And some days it's just, you just want to sleep. Like the day we released Dash, I was so tired because I had stayed awake for like 2 days. Like it was just, oh my God, I have to do this again. But I ended up staying for like the whole night and I was doing support like nonstop, and then started noting down some ideas and everything because when you get to make art every single day and you also get to figure out the tools to automate it. I think that's such a unique position that
For
it
sure.
yeah it just means you get to have some really cool ideas about the process that others haven't figured out yet.
Mm. I think you were also talking about something. I think you articulated it much better than I can rehash it, but you were talking about finding that balance between, with Dash and with tools like Dash, being able to remove a lot of that pain and monotony of like doing repetitive things, or
Yeah,
finding a balance between removing a lot of that stuff, but also having enough there that it feels gratifying to create something.
yeah.
Where, yeah, I would love to dig into that a little bit. Like, what is the
Yeah,
philosophy? Because I imagine that's tough for you because, as what you create, if we continue progressing, it'll be more and more things that you're able to offer us to be able to do things faster, but still being able to hold enough back. Like, how are
yeah.
you? What are the conversations you're having around that?
I think the main conversation driver is definitely AI, more specifically
Yeah,
things like Midjourney. And when I open up Midjourney and then I type a really intricate prompt, I know some people type a lazy thing and get a beautiful image, but you can also type
lucky
a
spins.
very,
Yeah,
yeah, you can type a very specific prompt to get something you had in mind, and it does it quite well. And it's like, oh, this actually looks really nice. But at no point do I feel a connection to it where it's like, oof, this is actually really hard. Um,
yeah,
and I think that feeling is something I want to make sure that always stays there. And it doesn't have to be, it's like a layered problem. The first one is the process. How far do you want to automate the process? So, with Dash, as you said, as we keep automating, we will inevitably make the process so easy that people can make anything. And I think there, I'm not gonna add stuff just because I'm like, no, 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 I want you to struggle, please. That doesn't
sure.
make sense. If it's not worth having there in the creative experience, it shouldn't be there. However, and this is one of the reasons why I'm not worried about AI at all. I think like stories at the end of the day is the only thing that matter. And the fact that I have Midjourney hasn't resulted in me being able to have better ideas around stories to tell about the world, sci-fi, medieval, whatever. Like I still have the same um, landscape in my mind about different ideas, the same bottlenecks and everything else. And so, and I think that's inevitable. Like in many ways, we are the products of our circumstances, of our environments, and whatnot, and that shapes the type of stories. Like someone like me, you might think it's let's say it's stereotypical to think I want to make a story about like struggling and uh, being born in like poverty in Africa and then making it, blah blah blah. And very often you will actually be right. Like stereotypes are very often right. It's like, yeah, that's a journey that is rare, and you should be proud that you make that thing. And people love to hear that story, so it's worth telling. But I think for me, the really interesting question is, what would you do basically if you weren't a product of your circumstance? What kind of word would you try to tell? And almost like a formatting your brain, but keeping the philosophies there, and then unleashing you and seeing what you're going to create. And this is the part where I think there has to be a struggle. And what that translates to when you're working with something like Dash is give people the right lighting tool, give them the right scattering tool, material editing, and everything. And that way, as I said earlier, they can just get to fail really fast through as many ideas. Like when I make dailies, there are days where the things I do are just so terrible. I'm like, oh my God, Adnan, you know what? You should fire yourself, actually. Like,
Yeah.
but I think it's very, and then on like day seven, you hit a lucky strike and everyone's like, oh my God, that actually looks cool. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. And, going on and on and on until you start getting some semblance of consistency. I think it's just like, to me, the struggle is really the most important thing in anything that we humans do. If ASI or AGI came along and they could just say, just lie in bed, the world is done, or here are some gardens, go play like a little dog. No offense to
Yeah.
dogs.
Yeah.
It wouldn't feel nice. Like there would sometimes be, I think, kind of a potential sci-fi story of sorts is there would sometimes be small elements where it's like, we're all just happily living ever after, whatever. And then there's an incident and you, some random person, you jump in and you help because help, whatever, robot, whatever, didn't get in time and you save someone or do something that means something. It will spark something in you that you have never felt before, like the
Yeah.
feeling of being useful, of being crucial in life. And I think that is something that is very important to keep at a small level when you are in our era, which is prompt, boom, here's a beautiful scene. Or the other case, which is the status quo, Unreal, open the tool, learn these systems, and vanish in them basically.
Yeah. A lot of thoughts sparked. I mean, when you're
Yeah.
talking a little bit about like the failures and iterativeness, I remember, and I think Ash Thorpe, I don't want to misquote it, but one of my heroes as an artist, he mentioned that his feeling about what our taste is it's kind of an accumulation of all of our failures that we've had,
Yeah.
and that kind of crafts our perspective and taste as an artist, and it informs like our intent as we do things in the future. I think taking too much of that failure away and just kind of glossing over it in something like Midjourney or AI, like it robs you of that failure, or that's, trying to achieve a particular thing and it not working and being able to redirect, or maybe even achieving it but it not feeling the way that you wanted it to feel or something like that. I think that
Yeah.
that process is so important as an
I'm
artist.
I also really admire Ash. I think I used to watch he used to do like some talks here and there like years ago, sometimes with people.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like really good stuff. And no, no, I agree. I think even if you were to get out of the creative world completely, I think that will be really obvious once it starts touching everyday people, where
Yeah.
it's like yeah, you are not gonna, you know, not to get kind of political, but even when you hear things like the concept of solving world hunger, I think there are things like that where it's just impossible to do because even if you did it, even if everyone had food, some dude would mess things up and it would just get back to before because he wanted to struggle. It's like even in marriages, when things are too perfect, one of them is going to mess things up occasionally because they wanted some of that spiciness in their life. We see this every day around the world. I mean, I've seen it in like dictators in Africa messing countries that were just fine. I've seen it in friends' marriages where everything is just fine. You just had to mess it up. And all the way to the small things like going to the gym and struggling or making an environment and struggling. And so I think it's like if you ask me what's the most important thing about humans, I would say it's just that we get to struggle and retrospect about it. And I think that's what art is. It's like go out there, struggle in the real world or struggle in your mind. And then what you output is a retrospection, basically.
I think that struggle is, at least in my experience, like the finding the right amount of struggle where each project I take on is just giving me enough of that friction and tension and contrast where I feel the growth there. Like I have to, just in
Yeah.
time figure out a skill, or I have to solve, I have to, resolve some bugs in my project. Just enough friction where I have to challenge myself a little bit more. I think that those are the projects that I find most satisfying. Of course, you can have projects that are too far and you end up like having to go back and rethink what you're doing, or not enough, and it's just it's that click button and make image like feeling where it's like, oh, that was a little bit too easy. I didn't
Yeah. Yeah.
feel that one. I think finding that right balance is super
Yeah.
important as an artist to keep growing.
Yeah. I
um
mean, we have this tool in Dash 1.7 called like a Vines tool. And the
I
other
saw
day,
that.
I made an environment with it where I just selected a bunch of objects and grew vines on them and looked cool. But then I was like, what if I applied gravity on a corner? Then it looks like this monster that has like hair and is just eating away at the world. And I'm like, okay, this looks really cool. Let me put an ibex, like the goat with the horn, somewhere there, looking at it like it's a devil thing. Let me put two spheres with like emissive lights, like bright eyes on the hairy, weird creature, and then you have this beautiful composition. Then I was like, wait, I have vines. Let me grow some of the vines so that they scout from the world to the creature, almost like it's the source or something to better drive the composition. And
Yeah.
I felt like it was too easy because of the tool.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
for I think the tool right now doesn't give you enough controls. And in that sense, I think I could have done better if we had more features. I noted down a lot of things. We're actually implementing them right now. But yeah, there are these kind of instances where it's like, oh, that was easy. And then I share it and I was like, this actually looks good. But it was like one of the easiest one I've done before. And so, some days you just have the right story. And I think when that happens, you should be able to execute on it fairly quickly because we underestimating it, but building the story, it's like when you think about something like consciousness, sometimes ideas just come into your brain. But what we don't get to appreciate is that they are a product of so many things going on, so many small details in your life. It's like they are the struggles that we're not aware of, the small things. It's almost like you invest in a stock and you forget about it. And every now and then you just have a reminder, here's this amount of money in your bank account from that stock that you forget about and you can't know where it comes from. And
Yeah.
I feel like that's how it works sometimes, where the idea will just strike you and just go like, oh my God, I need to sit down and do it. And having tools where I can actually do that, sit down and actually do it, it's just like best thing ever.
Yeah. What would you recommend to like a new artist who is just getting into Unreal Engine? Like at what point in their journey would you recommend? I mean, maybe you're a little biased, but at what
Yeah.
point in their journey would you recommend them to pick up Dash and to start like incorporating it? I have
Mhm.
an opinion on this as somebody who just graduated like a year ago and was just learning the
Mhm.
tool, but I'm curious from your perspective, at what point should somebody pick it up and start like playing with it as like their way of world building?
Yeah, I'd actually love to hear your opinion first.
Okay, so I went back and forth on this.
Mhm.
I did something when I graduated because I had tried to I've been in design and creative for over a decade, but only a few years ago I started really taking 3D seriously, and it was just in my evenings and weekends. And so I wanted to make the most of my time learning. I didn't just want to watch random tutorials over and over again. So I enrolled in school just to really
Mhm.
concentrate that experience. And in school, there's a lot of pros for school, I think. But one thing that I was frustrated with is kind of like you had said earlier, is you really start with systems and like learning all of the basics of all of the tools, and you might not have context yet for like how they might be useful. And it wasn't until much later in the program that I started being like, oh, okay, so like now let me go way back and remind myself how that tool works, but I understand why it might be useful now. And I did something after I graduated where I went back and looked at all of my curriculum and my studies, and I created my own curriculum that I give to artists now, where it's here's everything that I learned through all of my school's formal education, and here's how I would have learned it differently, knowing everything I do now. And it's just something that artists can like grab from my site.
Mhm.
And the way I recommended it after that is a bunch of just get your feet wet crash courses, make it as easy as possible just to make something. I remember we were always challenged with like starting small in
Yeah.
our projects, and I think that's good advice. But what I recommend is, instead of starting small as in like small prop or small thing, it's start small in terms of the slice that you're taking on yourself. So what I recommend is to use things like Megascans, use things like Dash, where you can see things, you can make things as fast as possible, even if you don't understand all of the things that go into making a really performant environment or the
Yeah.
full pipeline of working like in a game studio. Just to take things and make it a little bit your own, and to work backwards from there to progressively like own more of it, to take on
Yeah.
more of the challenge yourself. And I think Dash is so perfect for that. That's, I'm creating, I think I mentioned to you, a tutorial series on Dash to go out with this podcast. And I really can't recommend it enough as early as possible. Just to like open Unreal, go into Dash, type in what you're trying to do, and just make a couple things and feel what it is to do that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So that's my take on it. I don't know. I guess it always
Yeah,
depends on the goal of the artist, but in general, I think
I
that's
think
what I recommend.
we used to have this discussion a lot at Quixel as well, where early in the Megascan days, I remember there were a lot of reactions that today, when I look at how people talk and react to AI, it's very similar. Whereas, like, no, if you're using it, it's cheating. I mean, this is not, it's not going to help you, blah, blah, blah. And I think the the advice that I give with regards to Dash remains the same as I give with regards to Megascans, which is you are trying to make good art, and that's all that matters. If you want to become a good prop artist, don't learn how to make good environments with Megascans. Learn how to make good props, and then learn how to make good environment. It's like both of them, and it basically same thing with a lighter. If you want to have know how to make good lighting, download made scenes. There's a lot of them in the marketplace. Most of them are
Yeah.
lit by environment artists who most just don't know how to light a scene properly. Like, do something so good that the original creator of the environment will just maybe even send you his current project and say, let's do a collab because I just love the way you're lighting scenes. And it's like if you know a specialty like that, I think that's you're really lucky because you can just dig in like that, focus, as you said, on a slice of the world that you're trying to create. If,
Yeah.
however, you're just jumping in like, I want to make environments, but you don't know where exactly, just have fun, watch a tutorial that is like 4 hours long or even multiple days long, like a course, and try to create everything. And then do a postmortem on what are the areas that I struggled with and what are the areas that I enjoyed. And you just start looking around. And I think at some point you do that a few times, you'll start having a good understanding of what you want to do. Of course, given the current state of the industry, it's very important to also ask yourself, what I'm about to do, is it going to help me get a job quickly? And if you say you want to be a concept artist, I'll just open LinkedIn and type like looking for a job, concept art, and then you're just going to see senior artists that worked on the biggest franchises that you love who are struggling.
Yeah.
And it's uh, the things are hard out there, and you should be, as someone who's coming into the industry, you should keep that in mind. If you love something, don't let it kill you. Basically,
Yeah.
it's just not worth it, like at all. And there's always a space where you can pick a job that you like less, but still it gives you enough time to have as a hobby uh, something that you like doing in the digital or even the real world, from woodworking to concept art, doesn't matter where. So it's just, if you're sure, in summary, if you're sure about what you do, focus on that slice. If you're unsure, do everything and then wait between job market potential and your own capacity to do it, even when it's super annoying, anyways. And
Yeah, I think
yeah,
that's great advice. It's there's a lot going on out there right now, challenging, but also,
yeah,
I think it's just, I hope, temporary in terms of just a reshuffling of things. I think there's also a lot of positive things out there. I think Dash
mhm,
is a very positive thing out there where it's letting individual people accomplish more. That was something that drew me to it. I remember taking a course, I think it was at CGMA. It's like organic world building or something about open world building or something. And I remember, I was in that space where I didn't know what role I wanted to have in the space, but I knew I wanted to be able to create large worlds. Like my imagination was so big. And I remember them
mhm.
telling us to take like as small a slice as possible. And of course, like most young artists, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll just create this like huge scene.
Yeah.
And I remember, there were simple things like, scattering across an environment, and just having Dash to be able to do that would have let me capture so much more in a short time. And I think that maybe, I don't know if you see it going this way, but if Dash is any indication, I think that like artists are going to be able to do a lot more soon.
Yeah.
I don't know what the ramifications of that are, but I think I find it quite exciting as just like a solo artist who works, like freelance and doing small projects myself. But
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. I think there is kind of there's many worlds that are possible today, and one of them is we end up like the music industry, which is making music has become so affordable and easy that anyone can make it. Like Grimes, the musician, started just in her apartment making bangers, and there are a lot of people out there who just are like world-known artists, but most people don't know. They don't know how to play the guitar or anything. They're just sitting on a computer, typing stuff and adjusting. They have good taste. That's the thing.
yeah.
And I think we are. This is the most exciting and terrifying time I think ever, because it's not even you're not even in a position where you can say, if the process becomes so easy, I will be able to struggle with it with my ideas and fail and so on. Because if you believe that, let's say AI systems or Dash or whoever will continue to make this so easy that the process itself is like a given, it's just the ideas that matter. There's no reason you won't believe also that ideas with system like ChatGPT are not going to improve and help you make better ideas than you ever could. It's like you have sometimes in team dynamics where two strikers, one of them is really good, the other is just too shy, always makes the pass to the other one because he's afraid of taking the shot. If you have a companion in ChatGPT or whatever system that always makes the right shot. And in retrospect, you look at it and you're like, okay, this was actually the right choice. It will never help you face failure and actually understand that, okay, I need to, stand up and try again. And knowing that you'll fail again until you start getting it right. And bit by bit, you build up. So I think I hear a lot of talk about creativity being democratized, but the problem is it's like we made sand think and now we get to live with the consequences. it's it's everything. It's thinking ideas. My sister is currently starting her business, and she sometimes uses ChatGPT just to talk to it about some ideas. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? And getting some really good feedback. And I'm using it for coding. It's going to get better everywhere. And I think the only concern that I have in this space is just, as I said, it gives you ideas that are so good and sound so good that most of us stop trying things that are just uh, wild, messed, whatever. But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, to counterbalance that and not to be too gloomy, you'll always have misfits that will show us otherwise. And I guess that's how like with Star Wars, every Star Wars is super generic, but then Andor comes out or Rogue One comes out, everyone goes like, okay, this is actually really good. So I think you might end up with a dynamic like that with almost everything, where most people do bland generic shit, but every now and then someone comes up and does something that just blows minds.
What would you recommend? Because this podcast is a lot for beginners and people trying to get into the industry and world building, digital art, design,
Mhm.
whatever it is. Like, what if you were graduating today, just
Oh
in
boy.
any field? What I think it's something that's tough to wrestle with. But what would you
Yeah.
say to somebody
I
graduating? Not in terms of specific advice, but just mindset or maybe perspective to have to kind of
yeah.
help them navigate.
So actually, the one advice that I would give them is do not listen to senior people or people who work in the industry, because we arrived at a time when things are completely different. Whatever advice that we have on how to get in does not apply anymore at all. Like that, I cannot stress it enough. Before even talking about the ideas, your dreams, and all that stuff, don't listen to us. The world was really different, like 10 years ago, even 7 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the first one. The second one, which is more like a mindset, it's just learn to appreciate the little things that may help you in your art. Like if you're going out there, pay extra attention to the world. If you don't go out there, actually look at a lot of images. You know, I have it as a routine every morning. I have this huge reference folder. I open it and then I just scroll through a bunch of them, just trying to pick up elements that may spark some ideas. I'm fortunate to have a window that gives to a forest, and I can just walk there every now and then. And you know, whenever I go out, every corner is just screaming at me like, "Why aren't you recreating me in 3D? Am I not worthy of your brush or whatever?" And I
Yeah.
think that kind of being appreciating how hard it is to create what you see uh, should make you appreciate the world even more. And as a result, using that kind of as a motivator to go again, you know, you see a corner in the streets like a trash can that is poorly lit, but it creates it for a dramatic effect. That corner deserves its story. It's a nothing in the grand scheme of things, but you should make it because someone out there is going to appreciate that. Someone out there doesn't live in maybe they live in like Kolkata in India where there's just not these type of sceneries, and when they see that they're going, huh, this looks oddly fascinating. Similarly, people in Japan constantly give us so much amazing art that today, if someone says Nobunaga or the Shogun, we all know what it means because they appreciate their history and their art so much that they're willing to nonstop just retelling it over and over again. And I think that's something as an individual, it's very important to have. Appreciate your surroundings, whether they're real or digital, and use them as a fuel to create something.
That those habits are so important. I think I've just, after listening to, I don't know, 1,000 podcasts and rolling my eyes even more times at
Mhm.
the power of walks or building habits around observation, I finally gave into it a few months ago. And every morning I wake up, I do a long walk and just kind of observe my surroundings and kind of build up that bank of just like ideas
Yeah,
and thoughts and reference so that when I get back to whatever I'm creating, like you said earlier, like maybe it's not even like a conscious thing, but I've just kind of filled it up and taken that time instead of just trying to like force something out or to, yeah, to make everything so conscious. I think it's important to have those habits that help you maybe passively just kind of invest in those ideas. And do you have habits around that? You said you go for walks in the forest. Is it something that you do
yeah.
regularly, or is it just when you have a chance?
Occasionally, I can't afford to build habits, sorry, because the company is so demanding. There are sometimes, you know, sometimes I'll spend like a month where I pretty much never go out, and it's just intense work over and over again. And then there were times where it's a bit more peaceful, and so I can afford to go out a bit more. I'm just lucky that I have this huge window, like it's why I have all this lighting. I have
All
no
that
light
natural light.
in house actually, it's just a window. And when I roll out I keep forgetting their name, the blinds, it's just such a wonderful view. And I can get to appreciate that a little bit. And like, yeah, in terms of habit, I'm like the complete opposite of someone who has like a routine in the
Yeah.
real world and does something. The only habits that I have is when I wake up, I look at images and then I jump to work. Like those are the only two things I would say that are like consistent. Um, and that's it. Yeah, yeah.
And then your daily art, are you doing that in the evening after everything? Is that something that you use to like close out your day, or just kind of whenever you get a free
Yeah,
second from your company?
I I pretty much do it to close the day. I don't know if it's the right choice. I think I haven't given myself the time to try differently. Probably, you know, during the day there's work. People in the company are spread out in the time zone. Like our CTO is in Vietnam. Part of the team is in Europe, Eastern Europe. We have a guy in the US. We're really scattered. And for me, the optimal time zone depends on the current sprint. There are times when I will start waking up at like 5 p.m. and then work all the way to 5 a.m. and then catch up with a few kind of colleagues
That sounds like
and
something
then
I do.
sleep and repeat. And sometimes I will have to, okay, I can't afford to sleep because I have some meetings with some studio, whatever, at noon. So I'll just have to cruise through and then give myself like 10. The one thing actually that is consistent about Adnan ever is just sleep. I never ever sacrifice sleep. Like if I feel like I have to sleep 10 hours, but I have a crucial meeting in hour 9, I am literally going to cancel that crucial meeting. I
Yeah.
every single time I try to fight that habit, my life gets destroyed,
Yeah.
basically. So yeah, that's the one thing I never ever mess with. It's just sleep. Yeah.
That's crazy. All right, so I didn't catch like all of that because I just took a phone call, but um, I'm here again in SketchUp. Normally, what I'll do is, hey, this looks like the door that I just modeled from scratch. Normally, what I'll do is I'll design everything from scratch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's very close. I just designed a door like this in my last live stream last night, this morning. 4 hours worth of a stream to get to where I am now. And instead of going through the whole stream designing the doorknobs and doing all of the like little fixtures, the vents and the fan, which is what I normally would do, I would get references, measure the fan, measure the blades, measure the parts, and do my best to design the parts in SketchUp instead of doing like solid modeling tools like in Blender, which I really need to get used to using Blender. So for the sake of the stream and to save time, I'm using 3D Warehouse to find user created models of everyday objects that I can just bring into my project and, facilitate adding the tiny details so that when I render this project out, it looks very photorealistic. And that's the goal. But I've re-downloaded V-Ray. I'm going to install V-Ray, and V-Ray is going to help me more effectively remove all the materials from the items that I download from the warehouse. Typically, when you download stuff from the warehouse, you see how this has like wood material. A lot of these items do not have V-Ray ready materials. They just have random color materials and random textures put on, and that can bog down your software when you bring in, let's say, 100 models downloaded from the internet where people didn't remove, like they applied 50 materials to test like a doorknob or a cabinet, and ultimately they ended up choosing, the 30th material that they applied to the cabinet, but all other 50 materials that they previously applied are still in the project, saved in the project. So when you bring that cabinet into your model, it brings in 50 materials of which only one is used. All right, so I download V-Ray, I install V-Ray. Once I do that, I'll be able to open up SketchUp again, and with a click of a button, I can remove all the materials from the objects and then delete all the materials out of the model. And that's the goal. Once I get all the materials removed, I'll do a clay render inside of V-Ray with a transparent glass and a sun sky, like a sun sky, I think is what it's called, to light the scene. And then I'll do all of my lighting with clay materials first. That way that the real-time render can load fast because it's not trying to load any textures. That way I can adjust my softness, adjust the time of day, the position of the sun, etc., and get the best lighting possible before I start adding materials and textures. And then I will I hope that my V-Ray library of materials is somewhere on my computer. I'll use my V-Ray library of materials to texture every single thing in the scene. That way, all of the, walls, for example, share the same material. Everything that has like a bronze or brass metal will share the same materials. We're getting way too far into like cabinets and doors. I'm looking for just regular, let's say, interior doorknob. So V-Ray, 3D Warehouse is a great resource for everyday objects that users typically submit. And, instead of having to design everything from scratch, you can go in here and find some really good assets. But we are looking for some decent high poly objects to bring into the scene, because we want this scene to look very photorealistic, and to the untrained eye, want them to not be able to determine whether or not the scene is a 3D render or an image. And that's ultimately the goal. So let's find, let's just search knob. Sometimes you can search random stuff, and you can search in a different language, and many times you'll find more items than what you'll search by just using your English, language. Doorknob. Let's see, knob. And these are probably just like cabinet knobs, but, and that's what I've done as well, because let's go to translate. And then English to Spanish. Doorknob. Let's copy this. Let's go here and search. And well, it's going to pull up some random other stuff. Let's try Italian. I think like Chinese. Whoops. Yep. Nope. Nothing there. I don't know. Maybe we won't find any good doorknob models. So maybe I can just search door and then change my poly count to something a little bit higher than. Let's get this out of the way. My poly count to, let's say, up to 10K. Let's see what happens. And sometimes we'll find items or user submitted files that have a high enough poly like attachment, like the one piece that I need is a doorknob. So I may be able to find a good doorknob by searching for the by downloading a door file, a door like asset. And essentially what we're looking for is something more high poly, something a little more realistic. Generally, it does not matter because the camera position may not ever face the door. But let me show you a project actually while I'm here. Let's go to SketchUp models, and we're going to open up my former girlfriend's bedroom in SketchUp. And this must be an old one. It's got to be an old one, because I have since updated this model. But let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. And I don't think in this room there is I don't think we have a fire system. All right, so here's a model. And I'm probably actually going to take from this model, maybe not the blinds, maybe not the, I don't know. Those are some big blinds. I don't remember making them that big. Okay, but as you can see, I've got a decent, I'm probably actually even going to use this one for my project. I'll just pull these over to my project. There's this fire thing. And a lot of this I designed on my own. You see that door? So generally, the camera will not see these details. And I don't think it looks like gold when you go to render it. This is just a preview of the texture, like the color that the texture probably uses. But anyways, camera probably won't be facing or close enough to the doorknob to see these details that I put on this door. I designed this entire door from scratch, right? But let me show you why I add all of these details. Typically when I go to, let's go to tools and interact, and I can click on the door and it'll open because I added an interaction. I don't remember exactly how I set it all up, but I know that the pivot point, I set the pivot point to the center of this, and the door is a separate piece from the frame and this other part of the hinge. So when I click on the door, it'll open and close. All right, on the hinge. Okay, so SketchUp is really powerful. There are some really cool things that you can do, and when I design all of my assets, I make them to scale. I do all the measurements with the tape measure, and I do all the profiles of like these moldings inside of the door and the baseboards, etc. But if the door is open in the scene, because we want light coming from, you know, where the kitchen or living room would be to create a natural look, then I want to make sure that these details like the hinge are added, and like this door detail here is added. And in the newer project, I think I made a lot of changes, but you know, if this door is open and it's in the scene in any way, I want the detail to be there so that you don't recognize it. I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but if the detail was not there, you might notice it and it will throw off the illusion of realism, right? So the uncanny valley, I guess, of realism, well, maybe it's not an uncanny valley. You blur the lines between realism and, you know, let's say simulation, visualization, when you add minor details that you think nobody's ever going to see. This was the beginning of the project. Let me turn did I add a ceiling group? Let me just close this project and open the more recent one, and maybe you'll have a better idea. I've got a lot of projects. Let's go to unsorted projects and Brooks bedroom. SKP. From scratch, from the ground up, I designed everything: baseboards, carpet, rugs. I don't know if I remember how to do all the simulations to get like realistic cloth, like when I throw the rug around or I click it and make it have a little crease in the rug. So little things like that to add a realism, because in real life, you know, there are no sharp edges. Everything's not perfectly aligned. All right, so here's the full project. Let me see if I can turn the ceilings off. That's updated ceiling. I don't know why all this other stuff is in updated ceiling. Why is this in there? Oh, because I have the accessory in the ceiling. Can I take this out? Okay, so updated ceiling. There we go. Okay. And maybe I can, let's say construction, ceilings. All right. So as you see, I've got, oh, okay. This is I did add different blinds to this one. This one's the more realistic windows and blinds. All right, so I have a light that's outside, like a sunlight, and then I have this rectangle that's shining light into the building. And the cameras are all in the bedroom, which means I've only done renderings of this bedroom. There's nothing in, like, this would be the living room. The kitchen would be right here. There's a refrigerator like right here, some cabinetry, a pantry, like a small pantry here, and then here would be the washer and dryer, and then you go into the this is the front door entrance, and like it goes into a hallway, and then there is a little closet right about there's a little closet right here. Yeah, and a little closet right. Wait, there's a closet, the pantry, there's a little door over here somewhere, and that goes to like the HVAC, like when the apartment people come to work on like the heater or whatever. There's a door right there that's locked. And then there's a small hallway. She had her little dog bowl right here. We got pictures of Memphis up here. All right, and then this is the entrance to her bedroom. This is the entrance to the bathroom. So typically what I'll do is I'll design one room first, and then I'll expand into do measurements with my tape measure of the hallway. I'll do the hallway. I'll do the next room over. And generally what I'll do is I will duplicate the door once I design a door. Let's go to tools, interactions, and I'll open the bathroom door. I'm never going to render the bathroom or the hallway or any of this. I'm never going to render this. Like, I put these pictures here, the frames here, and it's never going to be in a rendering. I put this here, and it's never going to be in a rendering. But these things being here and having this bathroom here, I can add a light in the bathroom so that when I, let's say I peek this door open, then light is going to spill into this room. When I close the door, you'll see that also there's enough of a gap at the bottom for light to spill through the bottom of the door from the hallway, the kitchen, the bathroom, even though there's nothing staged in there in the scene. But I want it to be realistic so that, typically when you're in a space, there's a TV, a light, there's something that's on in those rooms where light is spilling, especially when you want to do a nighttime render. There are lights on in other places in your house. So as for photorealism, typically what you want to do is consider, like, let's add a light fixture, and I'll open another project, but let's say, you've got your light switches here, you got your outlets, and normally we have chargers hooked up. So I looked around the room and I said, okay, what do I need to add to this? I added a charger in the outlet, an iPhone charger, and I added her mirror. I did have some lights just randomly set in there that you would never see on camera, but you would see a little bit of light spilling through if the door was open. And then I added all these little details. You'll see pictures of us, so you might not ever see this up close in person. Like, you'll never see this in the rendering up close, right? So, but far back, there's enough detail when you do a rendering for you to question whether or not this is real. I also would open the closet door up a little bit too, although there's no light usually in there. I'll just open it, and darkness would spill out of the closet, but also light would spill into the closet just enough for you to I don't know. It's just like the imperfections and the little random signs of human life make it a little more believable. And generally, doors have latches on them, right? So those little things to add realism are things that you want to think about. So when you're looking for things on 3D Warehouse to download free models, don't forget that they're usually user submitted, and there are some companies let's say GE Appliances might have a profile on 3D Warehouse where they have refrigerators and stuff that are high enough poly count to be realistic looking enough. They might not have good textures, so typically I'll strip it of the textures and I'll add my own materials. But I'll add random little things in here, and I'll find things on 3D Warehouse that I can modify and make as close to what I might have in real life as possible. So I designed this room. Almost everything that you see in here is like a remnants of things that she would own. And I'll open up really quick while we're on this stream some pictures of the room. So let's go to unsorted. Let's go to renders, and I will find renders of the bedroom. And I'll just go through them all really quick. So let's say open with photos. And these were the first renderings that I had started. So obviously, I put I put an image of, just went to Google, search Discovery Plus screenshot or something in HD, and I added that image into the realistic TV model, and I set the image texture to be emissive so that you'll have these like somewhat like colors spilling out into the scene. Most people will add a rectangle light in front of the TV to fake light, but it's like generally one color rectangle light spilling out into the scene, and it doesn't look realistic. So using a texture and making that texture the emissive for the light, it's going to take longer to render, but also it's going to give you a more realistic spill of colors. You can kind of see some reddish, pinkish in there. But let's go through some of these images. What I did with the ceiling fan is I went into a program and I got the ceiling fan blades in like Photoshop, for example, and I did a top down or a bottom up view of the ceiling fan blades, and I made it transparent. And then I did a radial blur on the ceiling fan blades, and I exported that as a PNG. And then I dropped a rectangle kind of like intersecting with the actual fan in SketchUp, and I imported that PNG into the fan of the radial blur blades, and then I just rotated it. Actually, I think because I have the project open, I might just actually be able to show you what I mean. So let's go SketchUp. Where are you? And then I added a light. This was a mirror that she had in her closet. I ended up hanging it up in her bathroom at her new place. But let's go down. Let's find the ceiling fan. Let's turn on ceiling. Let's turn off the floor, maybe. All right, so as you can see, there is this, let's spacebar. Let me move this over. All right, so this is the ceiling fan blade PNG that I did a radial blur on, and I made it all transparent, and I imported it into SketchUp as a transparent image, and I put it over the fan to make it look like the fan is spinning. I could have like, I don't know, made it a little more opaque and made it a lot less visible. But if I go back over to photos, you can see it looks like the fan is spinning, right? Like I took a picture of it. All right, so little things that you can do to really fake your images. I wonder though if you can use GIFs or like MP4s or movie files and use animations, which I think you probably can. So there might be another way to like fake realism without having your computer blowing up to try to render everything. But as you can see, there's the mirror. This was the first round of building just her bedroom from scratch. The carpet texture was terrible. It looks like that stuff that goes under the carpet, the like padding. That's what that really looks like. But I was still figuring out the whole carpet situation because I did all of this from scratch. Redesigned her desk, made a little IKEA shelf because she did have an IKEA shelf, added the dresser, and the TV was actually sitting on top of the dresser, but I mounted it to the wall in this. I added real blinds. I modeled the blinds and made real glass for the real windows. Like all of this stuff is real. You can see the vent up at the top. So the more realistic things that you have in here, the less likely your eyes are going to be drawn towards things that aren't realistic looking. And that's the goal. And then you can see her mirror on the front of the door. But as we progress through these photos, you'll see that I changed a whole bunch of shit. The ceiling isn't real. I just wanted to add something to make it look cool. The texture is scaled wrong on this black part, but I thought this was a cool feature. The bed is somewhat similar to the bed that we had, but this was her bedroom in her apartment that I had moved into with her. As you can see, the reflection on the mirror, the light is set to off, and the light portion of the mirror is not reflective. This part right here. All right, so you can see the window, and it looks so real. Like, I'm so proud of this. It has like that yellow, because the sun was a little bit yellowy, and then I made the blinds like just slightly translucent, this material that you can kind of see the light through. But as we progress, and there are the pictures, so it's supposed to look real enough for you to not really notice. As you look into the closet, you can kind of see the floor in there. I could have put some clothes or something in there. Let's see what's next. You know, I use realistic lighting, so when I have anything that has a light bulb, like the ceiling fan or the lamps, I will actually design a light bulb or download a light bulb, use realistic materials, and then I'll add that little, I don't know if it's called like a filament, the little wire, the little metal wire into the light bulb, and then I'll set that as an emissive material, and the light bulb will actually be a thick glass, because most people design objects with like one side. Generally, if you look at a light bulb up close, it'll have some thickness to it in the glass. So I create thickness to everything. No materials have one side, and the glass, for example, of this right here, like these glass panels will be individual assets in SketchUp, and they'll have thickness. Like I'll create a rectangle and smush it and give it thickness and create it into a group to where it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, yes. Yeah, to where it has 6 sides. Okay, and then I'll make the whole thing a glass material. And that's where a lot of people mess up when it comes to realism, is they'll create like a plane, a solid plane, as if it's like paper thin, and then they'll put glass material on one side, and they'll wonder why their scene doesn't look photorealistic. Right, so I'll do the same thing with the light bulbs, and we'll have a little wire, because, you know, if you look at a light bulb, it's a little wire in there that gets really hot and it lights up. And that's how I'll create my lights. I'll use a real light bulb, like physically accurate lighting. And I don't know why, you know, most people are designing 3D for games and for visualization, but I'm like, I want it to look realistic. I want it to look like it's a light bulb. So what's the best way to make it look like it's a light bulb? Design it like a light bulb is designed, instead of putting a 3D model of a lamp in there and then throwing a light ball object inside of the lamp, like you're designing a Call of Duty map, right? So I use real physically accurate design methods. When I hang pictures on the wall, if you go look at a picture that's hung up on your wall, you'll see there's a little bit of space, likely at the top of the picture frame, because the nail is in the wall at the top, and the bottom of the picture frame is touching the wall more than the top, right? So I'll consider those things, and when I put the picture up against the wall, that's how I'll add it. I'll have it like leaning forward just a hair. You'll never notice it, but it's so realistic that you don't notice that it's not real. And those are the things I try to do. This didn't exist. There was an issue with the texture on this thing. Her dog's name is Fetty, right? So I created this, gave it a little leather and like this skin print thing at the bottom, and then added some V-Ray fur to the top of this. And, you know, all for more realism. Okay, let's see what else I could showcase. The light. So this is what the light looks like when it's on. I added a little emissive material in this. I created this whole thing from scratch. There is this whole thing is made out of glass, so there's thickness in the glass, and then on the inside of the glass is the actual like reflective material, the mirror. So this has thickness, and when that light turns on, you can see on the edge of that glass that it kind of lights the glass up a little bit, right? Because it's translucent, it's glass. So I design with those things in mind. I'll sit there and I'll look at the item that I want to design, and I will measure the thickness of it, and I'll separate all the parts. Like the light emissive part is its own shape. The glass is its own shape. The reflective material is like a reflective texture on the inside face of the glass, right? So, and that, it just has, I forget what the term is, but I will go through the program and show you more of that as I design this project. But as you can see, like this, there's a real light bulb in this SketchUp model, and it look at that. Like, just look at it. So I think a lot of people struggle to make realistic things because they don't design real things. They just create solid shapes and they fake lighting, and they struggle to make it look real because they faked all their lighting. Well, obviously I can't go and design a real sun and put it thousands of miles away from my SketchUp model and create a real sun. So the only thing in the SketchUp model that is like super unrealistic is the lighting through the window. But because you can't see it, I can adjust the settings and the color of the lighting and the brightness to make it. That's the most unrealistic thing I think about these projects is the exterior lighting, because you're using either an HDRI, which is a big rounded image that has a sun in it, and it uses the brightness of that sun in the photo to mimic lighting, or you're using something like Unreal Engine's Sun Sky, which does its best. This was a different project that I never finished. Obviously, like look at the terrible quality of this bed that I downloaded from 3D Warehouse. But I'll go through some more projects. Here's another one I did, and I used a picture of downtown Memphis on a square plane with some emissive properties, and to fake the exterior of this. But everything else looks like super solid until unless you zoom in way too close to it, you can tell that something's wrong with it. But from a distance, from the camera perspective is what's important. There's really nothing to see like back there. So I'm considering like where's the angle, where the camera is going to be sitting. There's nothing behind this camera. There's not a whole lot of stuff over to the left or to the right of this, but there's I built all the walls, and I considered like if this was a room that was an office, for example, or a kitchen, and there were windows on this wall or computers on this wall or a TV on this wall, I would consider those things. I will add a real TV. I will add the real things that would add to the lighting of this environment so that it can look photorealistic. So let me go and find one more project so that I can show. Here's another example of real lights. All right, you can see like this is a whole glass chandelier that has real lights in it. So, and the glass is like a real thick glass material. So it looks real. And then you can see there's a light right here, a flush mounted inset light. So this makes the whole project look so much more realistic when you take that realism approach. All right, so let me see if I can find one more thing. It is this one. Let's see. Open. Whoops. Nope. Open with photos. All right, so I used some 3D scanned models to add to this project, and I didn't like how they looked. And I ultimately wanted to do Unreal Engine's metahumans. This cat, I gave a little bit of fur, so it looks a little more realistic. I use V-Ray fur to texture the cat to make it look like a real cat. And I could have done a little bit of a better job, but and I did the same thing with this blanket. It has V-Ray fur, kind of like the same material you would use for a carpet as well as the pillow. I probably should have done something similar with the leathery looking couch, but this was a project that I had a lot of fun working on. And as you can see, there are real lights up here. There are real lights up in this like game room or like art gallery area. There are more real lights at the top of this scene that you can see in the reflection of this window that are helping light the space. There are lights inside of these fixtures over a pool table that's in this room. Okay, and this curtain is, there's a window on the other side of that room that's looking out into, the city. And then there are lights inside of here over this pool, and there are lights inside of the pool. Those are real lights inside of that pool wall, where I use a interesting water texture that I had a really hard time figuring out how to make. And then there's this thing that has a real light in it. And I looked at references of these to figure out like what the color temperature of the light I wanted it to be. The little cat's thing up on the wall. And you can see the reflection in the shuffleboard. I have a shuffleboard, and it's about the same size. It looks just like that. So I use that as a reference to figure out how to add the materials to the shuffleboard so that it can look like a real one. And the top of a shuffleboard is really glossy. You pour sand on it so these little metal things, these discs, can roll across it. So thinking about all of those things allowed for me to understand how I wanted to do my lighting. And then this TV also has an emissive texture. But it's a texture, it's a plane inside of behind the glass that's in the TV. So there's a real like slightly thick glass object like inside of this TV model that I added to give it a realistic look. Because when you look at a TV, like one of those ultra high definition TVs in a bright room, a lot of times you can see the reflection of things. That's why they call it a black mirror, because when the TV is turned off, it's like it's glossy. But I used a thick glass, or there's some thickness to the glass in the TV with a JPEG or PNG behind that glass, so that when you render this in with V-Ray, the glass is transparent enough for you to see the image, and the image has an emissive material. So if all these other lights were off, the reds and all these different colors from the TV would then light the room, and those lights would hit the objects with those colors from the image that I used. Okay, so this was the first round of modeling this room. Let me go backwards. This was a different round where I turned off some of the overhead lights and I adjusted the ISO of the camera, and I added, like this item right here with a JPEG with an image of a control center screenshot, and I set that as an emissive material. There's a real light in the Lutzo lamp, and then there's also a real light inside of the Xbox, whatever version Xbox that is, right, as well as a light on this thing. So this thing has an emissive texture that's lighting the tablet on the wall. All right, so real lighting is really important, And even though these scenes aren't whitewashed like most architectural visualization scenes are, um, this gives what I think is a more realistic, eye-catching output, like a final output. So I use the clay render, and in the clay render, I wanted no textures to show up. So that whole city was a texture on a big plane. So I did a big rectangle, and I added a picture of downtown Memphis on that rectangle, and I designed this space from the perspective of that image. All right, so that's just a picture back there. And I used the sky. I created like a sky atmosphere that was the same color as the sky in that image to help bring that blue light into, so that blue light is kind of bleeding into the model. Right, so it looks like it's all one scene. So when you go to the clay render, you'll notice that all of the glass is like the transparency of the glass goes away, so you can't see any of the textures that are underneath the glass that are helping light the scene. So it'll change the lighting. For example, this light bulb is a glass light bulb, but the light is actually inside of the light bulb as that little metal wire, as well as this one. So when I do a clay render, all of my transparent objects are no longer transparent. So you'll see the windows aren't transparent anymore. The light bulbs aren't transparent. I don't know. I must have set this light bulb to be the emissive on this one. And I think I used like just a regular shape to be the emissive on this one, because it's like an LED light that's in here, not a light bulb. So that one's a little bit different. And then these are LED lights as well. All right, so there's no glass. And then these glass wall like windows are now no longer transparent. So let's go back, and you'll see that there's glass that goes down to here with those little like glass screws that are holding these big glass panels into place. And that's the same thing that's here. This is the same thing, except this doesn't go floor to ceiling. This acts as a handrail, and it's translucent. So let me go back, and you'll see the clay version of this. There's glass in front of the picture of my son, right? So if you were to take one of these apart, you can pull the back of it off, take the picture out, and then there's glass usually on front. So I designed this to be the same way. There's a glass layer that has a little bit of thickness, and then there's a picture layer that's a one-sided picture, and then there's like a cardboard layer. And I have all of that in mind because those different materials affect how light bounces around the scene, right? So if you design a picture frame and you don't put glass on the front of it, and you just use a picture layer on the front of it, then you're missing out on the opportunity for light to bounce off of that glass, further affecting like the quality of the lighting in the environment. So those are things that help with realism. All right. So you got to think about how real life items are in the scene. All right. I just went back and forth. So this is the picture. I added that big image that I added on that rectangle for the city. I made it emissive as well, so that it can shoot out some of the light from the buildings and the cars and the light poles and everything else, kind of into the scene. But the blue is what shoots out more light than anything, because there's more blue in the image. But I don't know if you can really tell, but some of that blue spills over into like the pool edge and into the scene. Okay, and that's it. That's all I wanted to show you. But let's get back to SketchUp. And again, like I'll show you like this. Let's go to, let's see what we got. Modeling settings, watermark settings, face settings, display shaded using all same, shaded using textures. We want transparency, quality, material transparency, nicer. And I don't think you can see all the transparency of everything. Here's an example of like, you know, there's a vase and it has thickness. If you look at the edge of it, you'll see there's like this inner wall and then there's this outer wall, and it's all one glass material. All right. There's like the, you know, this is how cups and glasses design. This is the bottom of the inside and this is the bottom of the outside. All right, so all those things considered, you know, now you should be equipped to be able to like actually go and design real assets. I don't remember. Oh, okay, so for this, I think this white part was the glass, the mirror reflective material. And then this back part was actually the glass, so you can see through it. All right, so that's how it's designed, is the back part is the glass. And then this part is an emissive blue light. And it's its own shape. So let's do a Shift H to hide everything. All right, so this is a whole shape, right? And this whole thing is an emissive material. So when the mirror is turned on, this, I don't remember if this is turned, if it's off or not. It's a touch sensitive thing. So when you touch and hold it, it turns that little blue light off. When you tap it, it turns this piece on. And this is the emissive mirror. So you can go to, let's say we go to Google, and I'll search mirror light. Let's go to images. Basically, it's this thing. You know, I wanted to see if I could find the one with the little blue light on it. Because it's a very specific kind. And, you know, you look at references. If you can't find, like if you don't have one of these at your house, go and figure out what the name of like the brand of an item is that you want to design, and go look at pictures of it on Amazon, and then download the pictures into a folder, and then go and try to recreate that product to scale. So this is basically what it is. And here's a better look at another one. So let me go back. I like that other one. So because I had one because my girlfriend had one, I could just pick it up and look at it. But typically what I'll do is I'll go look at a bunch of reference images, and I'll figure out, like, you know, what the qualities of it, how thick it is, and I will just go and design it to scale, and I'll put it in my model, I'll add the appropriate textures, and that helps bring in realism. It doesn't have to, you know, I'm just using this as an example. It doesn't have to be a mirror, but enough of that. And there you have it. You see there's a little like roughness to that little dollar. We had an Amazon Alexa on the desk. I think I didn't put a wire in it, but you know, these are real. And I think I did put a little emissive blue light in there. Okay, I'm going to close that project now. But that's my methodology for designing. So when I add in this vent, I like to push the ceiling in a little bit. Typically what I'll also do is I'll do a push-pull of the ceiling. And I'll bring it up super high, unnecessarily high, because we're not going to design an attic. And then I'll push this up pretty deep into the ceiling. That way, if I look up, you know, in the rendering, or if I get a glimpse into the vents, it'll look like it's black in there. You know, it's all like white on the stream because I'm not using real lighting. But if I were to render this with V-Ray and I'm looking at this scene from an angle that shows the vents, you'll see blackness in there because there's no light, right? This is really just its own little box, right? Like pushed into the ceiling. All right. So because a camera will never go in the attic or in these spaces, we can get away with pushing the ceiling up like this. And then pushing that box up around the inside of this vent. So I'm going to put this under air vent, and then we'll turn the air vent off. And this is what you should see. Let's put these under air vent as well. I don't know why they aren't already. All right. And that's what you should see in the ceiling. And then I'll try to push that rectangle up enough to where you can't see from the outside of the vent, like where I cut the hole. All right. So the hole is cut at the inside of the vent. For example, if I go here and let's do a push, let's just push this out a little bit. You know, I don't want you to be able to see where the hole is cut. In real life, you probably do see a little bit of like a little gap, depending on who did a remodel or who did the construction. Like there's probably something's fucked up around your house somewhere where you're like, oh, they didn't, you know, they didn't take the faceplate off of the light switch before they painted everything. So, you know, whenever they cut the hole for the box for the light switch, they cut a hole a little too big, so you see a little gap. So there are little imperfections in your house. It's up to you whether or not you include those imperfections into your designs. If you're going for a certain type of look, those are things that you definitely want to think about. Like, okay, what kind of imperfections should I add, where, why, how? And there are things that I'm learning how to do, like adding imperfections on windows and glass surfaces like desks, such as crumbs that you might notice if you get close enough, and oil stains on windows and doorknobs and different things, so that when you're looking out or through a window, especially in a video render, you see little things that showcase, like, you know, for example, you have your vent, your air running 24/7, and there's a little bit of condensation that happens on these vents. You might sometimes see a little bit of rust, and you'll see dust in these things. So those are things that I'm going to learn how to add so that when you do the rendering, it looks like people lived in these spaces. Okay. And I'll do little things like opening doors and cracking doors a little bit, because typically when you walk around your house, your doors aren't perfectly closed or opened at a certain angle. It's like you don't think about those things as you live through them. Okay, so those are my thought processes behind designing. So I'm going to go find a doorknob if I haven't already. Let me go ahead and bring in Let me save this vent and then close it. Let me go back and actually reopen Brooke's bedroom. Let's open this one. I think I'm going to use these light switches instead, but let's use this one to open Brooke's bedroom, because I want to grab a couple things from her bedroom that I forgot to get. Blah, 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 blah. Wait. I don't know what I just did. File. No. So when I design something in one project, I will then take that one item and then bring it over into my new projects so that I don't have to design them again. So we're going to find all the things from the Brooke's bedroom project that I can use, such as the outlets that are much better designed, because I'm so picky about little shit like that. I'm not a big fan of the smoke detector model, but I think this was a close resemblance to what she had in her apartment. But I'm going to go and grab these very nice models of light switches that I designed and the outlets. I don't think there's anything else in here that I need. Let's explode the outlets so that they're separate. I don't need the plug. I'm going to grab that. I might want the door and the hinges. Let's grab the door. Let's see if there's anything else that I will be using. It's possible that I'll use the window and the blinds and the curtain. Anything else? We're not putting any furniture or fixtures in there yet. I hate when this happens. And we're not putting any photos on the wall. So, cool. This is good. Do a copy, minimize. Let's go here. Let's turn off the ceiling and the floor. And sometimes also when you download items from 3D Warehouse, let's do a paste. You will notice, and let's paste this just right outside, that you get new tags that you never wanted to be added to your project. Doors I can keep. Let's put doors under structure. Let's close materials and styles. And let's expand this. Windows I will keep because I don't have a Windows tag. Curtains I'll keep. I don't have a curtains tag. Let's turn it off and see what turns on and off. Let's turn windows off and see what goes on and off. Cool. Windows. And let's turn off doors. Just making sure all the tags are in the right place. Let's add a new tag called electrical. And we are going to put the outlet and switch under electrical. That way we can always turn them on and off. All right, so let's start with the light switch. Oh man, there are two light switches. There's one in here that is a one switch. So I'm going to have to use this to design in one version. So let's move this from this point. Let's say from the center of that point. All right, to here. And then let's do a rotation with the letter Q on the keyboard from the top, 180. And let's figure out how high from the floor this is supposed to be. So let's draw a line from the bottom of this baseboard up. I have a measurement on my paper somewhere. It is, let's look at that real quick. I actually don't think I added that one into, nope, that one's not in the screenshot. So let's take that one back off the screen. From the floor, these outlets are 45 inches, 45 and a half inches. So this line needs to be 45.5. Okay, and then what I can do is move this outlet from the bottom point. So move, let's just grab it anywhere from the bottom. Let's click on the up arrow so that it only goes up and down. And then I'll click the top of this line. Now we know that this outlet is at the right height in the room. So I can delete that. And I need to make sure that it is 11 3/8 inches from this wall to the center. So line 11 3/8. Okay, so let's grab this from the center with the letter M, midpoint, and then let's put it right there. Perfect. Now let's move this from its center point. Hit Control to copy it. And we're going to move it to this wall. Now let's move it again. Actually, I'm going to hit Q really quick. Let's find the center point. Let's rotate it 90 degrees. And then M. On the red axis, we're going to move it to, let's see what my measurement is. I'm going to move it first to this wall, and then I'm going to move it in that same direction, 6 inches, 6 3/4 inches. So 6 3/4. All right, so this one, I need to draw a line from the center up. Okay. The reason I have to do that is because I need to go measure it really quick to see how wide the single version is, and we're going to convert this to a single. Be right back. It is 2 3/4 inches. So let's draw a line. On the red axis, 2 3/4. Let's move it from its center point to, whoops. Move the line from its center point to the top of this, and let's draw a line going down and another going down. Now, I don't think this is a component. Actually, it is. It is a component. Let's make it a unique component. This make unique option wouldn't be here if it wasn't a component. What that means is if I go to make changes to this, it's going to edit not only this one, but the other instance of the light switch that's over there. So let's go and make it unique. And then what I'll do is go into the model. It's very interesting that they designed it this way. I should be able to delete this, 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 this. And then I can take these two and move them. You know, there's probably some dynamic features too that I could have just used. Real quick. Let's control copy, control shift paste, paste that in place. And then we're going to do a move to here. The only reason I copied this other piece is so that I can know X, control shift paste. You cannot insert a component or model into itself. Ah, okay. So let's make this unique. Ah, it is already unique. I don't think it really matters because we're not ever going to see in there. But I'm afraid that if I edit this, it's going to edit the other one. Probably not. All right, so here's what I'll do. I'll grab a line. Throw it right there. Delete that. Cut this line. Control Shift paste. And use the move tool to shrink it. And there we go. Let's make sure the other one still looks the same. And it does. We're good. So I can get rid of this line. And I can get rid of, I can move this from its center. Over. Oh, that's perfect. It fits right in its spot. And there we have it. This light is supposed to control a light fixture that's in here. And these lights are supposed to control the... One controls the fan, and I believe one controls an outlet. And I have a... I don't know what all these miscellaneous lines are. Intersect faces with selection. Well, I believe that this is designed like that because it's modular and you're supposed to be able to go and check some boxes to decide if you want it to be a 1-piece, 2-piece, 3-piece. Let's go to window, component options. Let's see, window component attributes, and let's see, toggle switch, group, light switch, toggle switcher plate, 2-gang switch, functions. I don't know. There are supposed to be some ways that you can make changes to this component, I believe. But it looks like I don't have all of those things set up. So where you can choose, like this is supposed to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 switch, and it'll automatically expand and contract. But okay, there's that. We're not going to go into all that right now. I want to, that light's going to be on, and I'm going to edit this one. Let's see how easy this is going to be. Let's see. let's grab a line from, honestly, I do not know what's the best course of action for making this rotation. But what we're just going to do is we're just going to wing it and see if we can make it happen with just our eyeballs. Good enough, right? All right, that's good enough. Okay. And I don't really need to cut into the wall with these because you really can't see anything that's in the wall behind these switches like you can the vents. In the outlet, it's possible that I may do the outlet because I want it to actually look black inside of the outlet. Because when you look at the outlet, like if you're in a room right now, there's got to be an outlet in sight where you can look at it and it looks pitch black in there. All right, it's not just a flat surface. So I designed a box around that too. All right, so we're gonna move this. There's one right by my door, so let's grab it right at the center. And let's just put it here. Let's do a Q rotation, do 180 degrees. And this one, we'll grab a line, L, up on the arrow, up arrow. And this one's supposed to be 11 3/4 from the ground. Okay, so let's first move it down to there. And then it's supposed to be a line. Let's see, 11 3/8 from the wall. So I think the socket is actually supposed to be 10.5 from the wall. So 10.5. So I did my measurements with the tape measure to the center, from the wall to the center of the switch. And that is how I determine where to place the switches. Again, this is a digital twin. So when you walk into this room that I'm sitting in right now, everything is supposed to be exactly where it is on this SketchUp model. And then we're going to import this into Unreal Engine. Whoops. Move. We're going to import this into Unreal Engine. And then we'll add all the materials to it in Unreal Engine. And give you a real-time visualization. And then what I should be able to do is set this space up in VR, calibrate a VR headset in, like, the goal is to design the entire house, and then use a MetaQuest, like some wireless headset, and use my decent internet connection, or have it have the game loaded onto the headset somehow, and walk around the entire house with the headset on, with it calibrated to my position globally, or locally, I mean, in the VR game, the experience, right? So I should be able to walk around the house inside of my headset, and then I can change the furniture or whatever. So I'm creating this experience so that I can pitch to, like, real estate companies and museums and all these other places to let me do a metaverse version of their facility, their event space, or whatever. And they can create VR experiences that people will pay to come and put a headset on and walk around the environment with other users in that environment, and they can gamify the space, right? So I'm sure you can go to YouTube and find very similar types of videos. Let's do the rest of the placements of these outlets. We've got one that is 18 inches. So it's for 18 inches. So let's move this one from its center. To this wall. And then we'll move it again to this wall. And then we'll move it again. Whoops. You can click on the item you want to move, press the move button, and then you can click on any position in the world to move that item. And then I'll just type 18 on the keyboard. Ah, it is 18. Yep. And we'll do a Q to rotate it. .90 degrees. And then move. Gonna add another one. This one's gonna go directly to this wall. And then we'll move it back in the opposite direction. 45 3/4. And then we are going to rotate it. Let's move it from this wall to this wall and duplicate it. And then we'll rotate it. Q. 180 degrees. And this one I think is in a different location. So first I'm going to move it back to the wall because I think I took my measurement from this wall. Let's check. Yep. And it is 42 inches. So let's move it back here and then move it back 42 inches. All right. Probably not that big of a difference, but it's different. Okay. And we want it to be the real measurement. Okay, let's do another one. Control to duplicate it. It's going to be on this wall. Let's do a rotation. And then it's going to be 34.5 for one. So move from the center. Okay, 34.5. And I measured from this wall. Actually, let's undo that. Let's do it again. And control. So 34.5. And then we'll take this one. And this has got to be moved 38 inches. All right, we're going to change this one later, but this one's actually meant to be a cable. All right, so let me make this unique. I'm going to click into it. Let's move this. Let's do a Shift H. Let's move this one from the center up. Let's see. Let's go 1 9/16. And then we're going to do another one down. So move. Okay. And also that we want this to be 1 9/16. Okay. unique. Let's explode and make group. Control all. Intersect faces with selection. Let's go to view, hidden geometry. All right, I guess what we're trying to do is like get rid of all the hidden geometry. I know there was a tool. Let's see, tools, sandbox, window. There's some way, and I must have like deleted the plugins, or they might not be active. Let's go to extension manager. All of these are enabled. Dynamic, Rivet, Importer, Sandbox Tools, Trimble Connect. Maybe it's under Sandbox Tools. I don't know. Smooth, stamp, drape, add detail, flip. There was a clean option, and I don't have a clue where that went, or either that or I'm blind. But that's okay. We're not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to get rid of some of these phantom lines. I'm not even sure if you can see them. Oh, Shift H. We're going to make this one solid object. And this is a component, but we made it unique so that when we make these changes, it doesn't affect all of our other models. And my goal here, Shift H, is to, let's see, view, hidden geometry. I'm going to turn that off. And we're going to move this down. One and 9/16. And then we're going to do the same thing again. And then use the move tool. When you hover over like the outer edge of a circle, it'll automatically highlight the center. And now you can grab it from the center. And I'll move this up and hit Control so that we can copy it. And it should be 1 and 9/16. And then I can select all of these. Honestly, I might even keep that middle one there for now. Now I can delete these. This is for a cable, like output, I guess. Let's take this. I think this is cool right there. We're going to leave that as is. Maybe what I'll do, though, let's click out of this, escape, and let's grab a shape. I wonder if we can do, a polygon. And I'm not going to get too serious about the size of this. But for now, we're just going to do a little quick push-pull. And I'm going to bring this out 1/8 of an inch. Okay. And I'm going to move this from its center. Man, I really hate how Sketchup does this sometimes. To this center. Okay, and now I'm going to move it out 1/8 of an inch. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to go to the inside. I'm going to grab, let's go Shift H. Whoops. And then grab this edge right here. Do a copy, Shift H, go back into our little polygon we made. And then let's move it to the edge of this, and then do a Control Shift Paste. All right, and then we're going to push this through to the other side of our polygon, and now we should have a hole. All right, super unnecessary. Like, you know, you're never going to see this detail, but because I know what this thing looks like, it's behind my bed right now. I can't see it. I know for a fact there's a little nut, and that's probably too thick of a nut. So I'm going to put it like that. And then I'll do a Control Shift Paste. Escape. Control Shift Paste. Let me draw a line in this thing just to get it to be solid. And then P to push it out. Actually, no. Let's do a offset. Let's do a little something like this. Don't matter. 1/64th. Delete the inside of it, and then do a push pull inside, and then we'll do a push pull out. All right, we're not going to worry about the details, but that is our your boy is killing it in his 3D game, y'all. Your boy hot with it. So up close, it don't look like much. But once I add a few materials to it, like, you know, make this silver, make this like a kind of a goldish bronze color, give this the white plastic look, and then, you know, paint the screws. This will look legitimate from a distance. That's the goal. If there's nothing on this wall, we want this to look so real that you don't notice it. Okay, so those little details matter so much. All right, and then there's that. Boom. All right, now I got to go in here and grab this though. Let's make that a group. Control X, and then click into my component. Control Shift Paste, and now that's one solid piece. All right, so y'all saw how I just turned that plug into a antenna thing. And you can't see, I don't have a picture of it because my bed is actually in front of it. Let me turn my doors off. Yeah, when my program stops freezing. You know, those auto saves. All right, let me just turn. Oh, I didn't have these on the doors. All right, so the reason that I brought these doors in here is because I want to go ahead and we're going to get rid of the mirror. I don't have a mirror in here. Oh, actually, I actually do. You know what? That mirror is inside of my closet. So if you go back and look at this picture, you'll see those two things like hanging on top of the door. That's what this is. It's a mirror. So let's add the detail. I'm going to actually go into the door model and oh, I didn't realize I had those pieces separate. Let's explode all these pieces. Right click, intersect faces with selection. All right. Now the whole door should be one solid piece. Now Control All. Oh shit. Oh, okay. All right. Just had to make sure these pieces were still separate Let's group those. And yeah, that's still a separate piece. And we might not need those in the end, but just wanted to make sure that we didn't accidentally join those pieces to this door group. And let's group this. All right, and then let's do a Control-Shift-Paste. And what we're going to do is we're going to paste this from, let's go from the bottom of the door. So let's move this from the bottom center point to the bottom center point of this one. Okay, that's in the right place. Let's make sure the height. Oh my gosh, I'm so good at this. Oh my gosh. And I'm kind of tripping because I measured my girlfriend's door too. And the measurements just happen to be the same because I measured this door at a different occasion and everything lines up perfectly. That's the good thing about using real world measurements, is when you start exchanging assets that are in the real scale, everything is going to look appropriate. But I want to do something to this real quick to add some roundness. So let's go C to add a circle. I'm going to add a circle right here. And even though you can't see it on the inside of this door, I'm going to also add a circle here. And then we're going to copy those. Let's do a move tool, control, copy from the inside corner to this one. And then we're going to select all of those. Control X. I'm going to click into this object. I wonder if this is a component. Control Shift Paste. Control X. Whoops. Control Shift Paste. Okay, so I can get rid of, let's do Shift H. Let's get rid of all the pieces we don't need. And my goal here is to subtract extrude. So let's do P, and then we're going to push this out to the edge, and it's going to subtract this piece that we don't need so that we can round it off. Okay. Escape, spacebar, escape. Let's do the same thing here. And let's grab this and see if we can do a multi-push pull. Can we? Or is it going to force me to do one? Yep, it's going to force me to do one at a time. But with the right plug-in, I can do them both. And the very last thing that I wanted to do was curve this. So, let's see how we're going to accomplish that and make it quick. Let's do a line right here. Like so. Okay, and then let's do a 3-point arc. Let's see, a 2-point arc. 2-point arc. I'm gonna go from here to here, and yeah, just like that, tangent to the edge. What? It didn't do it. Is it too small? Must be. Let's grab another line. And let's try that again. There we go. All right, I'll take it. I like it. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to grab another line. And we're going to go probably about right here. Perpendicular or whatever. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, I want to do a offset. get as close to this as possible, to this outer edge. Does not have to be perfect. Okay, let's delete this inner line. And this line. Actually, no, I don't want to delete the inner line. What am I thinking? We want to grab that inner line. You'll see why in just a sec. I don't know what I'm hearing in the background, like outside of my house, but it sounds like somebody's riding a roller coaster. I'm going to do a move tool. So we're going to move, and we're going to copy from this endpoint, Shift H, and we're going to move that over to this one. Okay, and then I'm going to now draw a line here. Oh, when it turns purple, that tells me it's perpendicular. Then we're going to get rid of all the unnecessary pieces that we don't need. And I'm just going to go ahead and do a push-pull and bring this out like so. Actually, let's undo that. Yeah. All right, I know what we're going to do. Draw a line from the inside of these pieces temporarily. We're going to get rid of this face and this piece. And we're going to do a push-pull from one edge to the other. And basically that's perfect. And we're going to grab this face. We're going to do a shift hide. Grab this face, this face, this face, this face, this face, and then all these other faces. Double clicking the faces so we get the edges too, even though it's not exactly necessary. And we're going to move this and control click to here. Whoop, forgot a face. Same thing, control click from that corner to this one, and grab all of this, control X. All right, and then we're going to go back into this and delete the unnecessary edges. We need that inside edge. We're going to delete that outside edge. Cool. And then we'll go back here, and we're going to draw a line here to here, here to here, so we can delete all of this, and then do a control. Let's make sure we delete this inner piece. Control Shift V to paste. Oh man, that's a little off. You know, I guess it is a little off in real life too, isn't it? Okay. And now we can get rid of this. Whoops. All right, and there's our mirror. Let's double check the inside of this, make sure it's clean in there. Yeah, it's clean in there. Good. Perfect. One thing that you can do also is go over to your styles and then edit. And the back color is typically this like dark gray. I'm going to change that back color to red and hit OK. And that way, we're looking at this with textures. If I change this to display in shaded mode, I'm wondering if it's going to show me red. Let's look at the inside of this. Yep. So everything that's red means it's the inside of a solid object. And those red faces do not display textures in video games. If you ever like looked at a texture from the wrong side in a video game, it's going to be transparent. So if you go inside of a character by accident, or you go inside of a building in like a video game that you're not supposed to be inside of, everything is like the inside of that building is going to look like it's transparent, like it's invisible, right? So you can see through the building as if it's a piece of glass. That's because you're looking at the inside of a texture which doesn't exist. So you want to make sure that in this preview mode, let's reverse this face. You want to make sure that none of your textures, like nothing shows up red. If it shows up red, that means the face of that object is backwards. So right click, reverse faces. All right. The inside of this should be red. So let's peek in there. Is it? Or does this have some sort of thickness to it? Interesting. Yeah, the inside of that should be red. But we know that it's not backwards because it's not red. So maybe it's a double-sided texture is what that is. Okay, cool. Great. So checking all my textures out. Great. All right, this has some thickness to it. It might look like it's just a solid object, but if I go inside of there, it's red. All right, cool. Let's go back to shaded with materials, even though we don't really have any materials in anything. And next is doorknobs. So, we just modified this a little bit because we wanted it to look a little more realistic. And I think these have a little bit of a curve to them. I'm only going to put it on the left side. And I'm going to wrap this stream up here in a minute. The very last thing I want to do, though, is, I could spend time converting this door. But I'm probably going to save that for another thing because this door is already fully built out. So let's do like a Control I think. As you can see, the inside of this door is a real frame. Like I built this whole frame from scratch. And I really just need the inner piece of the frame. And I want it to be also interactive. So at some point I'm going to do a stream where I build an interactive version of these doors. But I wanted to just go ahead and bring into these doorknobs. And I'm going to have to create another version of this that doesn't have a hole in here because we don't want to be able to unlock. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's not even a real hole. What is this? If I delete this, what happens? Okay. So there's supposed to be a none lock non-unlockable version of this doorknob, which is this is so funny. This is 2 doorknobs in one. That's hilarious. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so that's kind of good news. That's so funny. Boy, oh boy. Wow. Well, oh, that's fantastic. All right. So what I can do about this real quick is, oh man, this is a component, and goodness. First, let me interact and close it real quick before I start moving shit around. Oh, it's fantastic. Okay. Let's do a move, copy, and right click, make unique. I'm going to actually explode this. I'm going to get rid of anything I know I don't need. And we're going to get rid of, make sure we didn't, anything else to explode. Yep, we're going to explode this door because it's its own component. I'm going to get rid of this face and this face. We will not need any of these features. Make sure I'm not deleting anything off this one while I do this. Okay, because it was a component. We don't need any of this. Okay. I can get rid of this and this. And then I can also get rid of all these little phantom lines. I can get rid of this. Oh, that's so funny. That. Let me be careful not to, let's delete this, I think. Make sure it's not deleted over there. We don't want to touch that one yet. Okay, but I do want to, I want to close this off. So let's grab a line. What are we seeing? Ah, I see. Okay, so let's right click and make this unique. And we can get rid of this inner tube. I'm so confused about why it appears to be so many pieces. And delete this circle. Okay, there we go. All right, so that entire process, there appears to be more shit in there. And I think I know why. So let's right click, explode, explode. All right, there's a bunch of miscellaneous items inside of this. And this is part of cleaning up. This was supposed to be like a whole lock and key item with real mechanisms and everything. But we don't need all of that. It's never going to be seen. It's never going to be used. It's unnecessary. It was a real fully modeled CAD file I'm deleting all the stuff that's never going to be seen or touched. Okay, let's group this. Okay. Now, very last thing that I need to do is, let's see how we can handle this. I'm going to grab a line. And let's move this whole object. Let's group that. This is group, this is group. Let's put them all together. And now move it from the center of this to the center of this door. That's not right. All right, let's check the other side. And it looks like it fits perfectly. All right, that's perfect. Now I can move it over. Hold down Control. And let's go inside of this to make sure this goes exactly where we want it. That's perfect. And then we can add one more. Okay, let's move this one from the center of this line. Hold down Control. And then put one in the center of this door. Let's find the circle's centerpiece. Which I can't seem to do for some reason. Let's grab a line from here to here. And then let's do that move one more time. Okay. From the center of that to the center of this. Perfect. That's it. All right, let's get in there real quick. Escape, grab this and delete it. Let's get in here, escape, grab that line and delete it. Okay, and that's it. All right, those are the doors. We have one more thing that I need to add, one more feature. Or I guess really a couple more features. Just to start making this thing look as it should. One what I'll do is I'll grab, man, I can't believe that I connected. I guess I exploded it and it just kind of did it on its own. All right, so let's go and make some fixes to all these pieces that we just removed from here. My clean tool would do a great job at handling this for me, but you know, it's all right. We're just gonna go ahead and knock it out on the stream. I'm getting rid of lines that were a part of the door that I will not need on these hinges. And we're going to make the hinges. Uh-oh. Let me make sure I don't delete that one piece that's going to be my guide to the door corner, which I think I can do without actually getting rid of too much stuff. So let's move this. Let's grab all of these, and these. Let's group it. And we're going to move it from this corner. So this is the outside. Okay, yeah. Let's move it from this corner, okay, to this corner, and then rotate it 180. And that should be one set of hinges. Yep, practically in their place. And let's do a mirror control. Yep, and then move this one over to the face or the edge of this door. All right, and we need to also move this one from this edge to the edge of this door. All right, and the very last thing that needs to be added are the other pieces of the hinge. Yeah, very nice, very nice. This whole thing, honestly, needs to be added. So let me see if this is a component. Yeah, let's make it unique. And we're going to move it from here. Shift H. Move it to the top of this. Yep. And then we'll do a rotation of 180 degrees. And that somewhat gives us the inside of this door although it's not perfectly in place where it should be. That's a start. All right, that's a really, really good start. Now what I can do is I can mirror that. So let's mirror and copy it. And then let's grab this one. Let's see. Not exactly sure how we're gonna handle that being. Let me think. I know what to do. Escape. Let's do a mirror copy of the other item. And we're gonna copy it to let's see. I think I need to draw a rectangle. Group, rotate. Great. Now, let's grab this, mirror it using that plane we just created. And now I can move this now I can move this here, right? Oh, okay. I'm trying to move the wrong stuff. All right, that's more like it. So let's put this over here. All right, looks like it's exactly where it needs to go. And as for this, I can go ahead and let's see, does this need to be, yeah, this one needs to be made unique, and both of these need to be made unique. That way I can oh man, so many components. Shift H. Make unique. Make unique. Shift H. Use our push pull. Bring this all the way over to this piece and then escape. Make unique. And do the same thing with this. Move this over to here. All right, and then Shift H, make unique. Perfect. Shift H. All right, this is exactly what have needed. All right, so now I've got to figure out exactly where. Let's see what this is connected to. Inside of this door, let's turn off our walls. Okay. Something like this. Now, this needs to be moved as well as the handle. All right, so that's what we'll do. We're going to move this now. And it's going to be 6 and 1/32. Let's move this as well. All right, 6, 1, 30, 30 seconds. And then we need to also modify this. Shift H, make unique. And then we're going to just do a quick push pull. Shift H, and bring it to there. Modify this, make it unique. And we're just going to move it to where it's supposed to be. Now, that's it. I believe our door, for the most part, is done, minus one major component. And yeah, everything here looks solid. I do believe that we might need to make a minor adjustment with the inside of our door trim. So let's do a movement of this inner piece first. Let's see what we're dealing with. Control X. Control Shift paste. Okay. And let's move these in a little bit. Move. I would say that looks pretty solid. All right, now let's make some final adjustments to these pieces. Shift H, P, Shift H, okay, double click, Shift H, double click, M, Shift H. All right, and then the very last thing I need is going to be first I need to get rid of all this stuff. My little door, the inside of the door. Okay, so let's move. What is this connected to? Explode. Yeah, all right. Let's go in here. Shift H, hide. All right, now basically this is the last thing that I need. Yep. Let's do a move from this bottom corner. Shift H to this bottom corner. And then Control X, Shift H, Control Shift paste. Whoops. X, Control Shift paste. And now we're going to move it down from the center to this midpoint. And that's solid right there, baby. That is solid right there. Let's delete that. All right, let's go make some modifications to this. Ah. Intersect faces with selection. And delete. Boom. Damn, your boy is so good. X. Paste. Whoops. Control Shift paste. All right, let's go into this. Let's grab the back face and copy it. Oh my goodness, what in the world? What are all these screws doing out in the wild? Yeah, I'm very confused at why we have random screws hanging out. Huh, I guess we'll never know. All right, Control Shift paste. the very last thing I need to do here is grab a line, close this circle out, close this circle out, delete that line on the inside, grab another line, and close this, delete that, push this all the way through. And we're going to push it through to about the middle of here. All right, grab everything, intersect faces with selection, and then delete all of this as well as this. And then we're going to push in this to about there. It's fine. Escape. All right, so we don't have to know all the details. And I'm confused as to why this is grouped together all of a sudden. All right, so this door is just going to be chilling here for a while. Very last thing I would need to do is design my windows somehow. I'm okay with like very heavily modifying this window. I just need to get rid of a few things, I think. All right, so this is supposed to be a one-sided design. All right, that's something I'm going to have to work on, I think. If you know, I guess what I can do is just grab a, let's see, we're going to cut this in half somehow. And I think I'll do it like this. What I'll do is I'll grab a rectangle, make it fairly big, Q, rotate it 90 degrees. Oh, not that. Okay, and then I'm going to move this from the center. It's like move it from about the center to the center of one of these panes. All intersect faces with selection. It's going to take a minute, and I'm cool with it. Delete this face, and then we're going to delete everything on the opposite end of this window pane. Oh man, that just made a huge mess. Everything except for this, of course. So let's, what is this? This is under untagged. We're going to put this under doors or air vent for just a minute and turn those windows off. Now we should be able to focus on what's important. Wow. Ah. Let's put those on the air vents as well. And I see. There's a lot of unimportant stuff in here. This must be one of those projects that I downloaded one day that had a lot of miscellaneous phantom lines. And that's okay. We get rid of all the stuff that we know that we're not going to use as best as we can. And I really need to go find that clean tool. But, you know, what I'm doing here is I'm cleaning things up as I go. Once I make this window for this property, essentially all the other windows are done as well. Most of the windows are going to be the same. So let's go in here and delete unnecessary lines. Not even sure how much of this can be seen at any given point. But that's all right. This is all part of the process, and I'm very much okay with this. Let's go to View, Hidden Geometry. Let's make sure that we can see anything that's like hidden. We can select all and edit, unhide. What time is it? 4:15. I gotta go make a phone call in a minute. But I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up so we can see. Oh man, a lot of hidden geometry was in this one. Looks as though there was a lot of unnecessary line work. And where all this came from, no telling. Who knows? Doesn't really matter. Our goal is to just clean things up as we need to. All right, that all looks pretty good so far. Why this is like this. Okay, let's grab a line. All right, cool. That looks pretty clean. Let's check. Make sure any other random artifacts. Intersect faces with selection. Oh man, that just created a bunch of invisible lines. Or it looks like it did. Maybe not. Maybe not a bunch. All right, so yeah, this is all part of the process. This is there's a lot of stuff that gets created unnecessarily that we're never going to see. And at some point I will download a cleaner But for now, we're going to focus on what we can see. Whole bunch of vertical or diagonal lines. And some of this happens when you're working with like solid tools as well. Let's go all unhide. Yeah, some of this happens when you're working with solid tools as well. So like the way people do modeling in Blender, I think some product file or project files just get destroyed. I'm gonna keep some of that as it is. It's all right. Okay, cool. And I think what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to group it together. And then we're going to do a X, Control Shift Paste, and let's mirror. Then go in there and just get rid of that red. Let's do Control X. Get rid of all this shit in there. Control Shift Paste. All right, and then let's turn on air vents. And then let's take these items out of the air vents tag. And then the last thing that we have to do basically is we need to figure out the scale of this window. And I'm going to grab one set of these blinds, or see if we can chop these blinds into smaller pieces or just scale it down, which might be feasible. So let's grab this, Control X, and Control Shift Paste. And then we're going to do a scale. All right, we have blinds and we have this crown molding that we don't need. The blinds, I think I can scale that down as well. Or maybe I can go in here, Shift Hide, move this over. Now I will take all of this from the center of this piece. Oh, X, paste, move, grab it from the center, and now let's go back to our house. Let's turn on some walls. And I'm sure these windows are not the right size. We're just going to stretch scale them because they're going to be covered by blinds anyways, or by like a curtain. Let's put this at the center. Press Q, rotate it. And then I want to move it into place. Based on the scale of my actual window. I think I need to move it down, just not sure where yet. So let's try to figure that out. We have curtains, let's turn the curtains off. And then we can move this whole thing. Let's move down for a second. Now we got to figure out where to place this. So let's try to do just right at the edge of this for now. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna have to be scaled. So let's attempt to scale the blinds in this window. Definitely does not have to be perfect, but we're never actually going to see the majority of the asset. Turn those walls back off so we can see what we're working with. And again, you guys can just download a lot of these files. A lot of files like these from 3D Warehouse. Let's take these blinds, move them up a little bit. Oh snap. Yes, I made another one. Okay, let's go up just enough to put them in there. And honestly, I don't even need the blinds, but you know, let's let them up like this much. All right, that's it. I think for now, turn those curtains back on. Even though they're not fully modeled appropriately. Let's scale it so it's inside of the wall. I mean, what I mean when I say that is that there are no rails right now. I don't have rails in them, and I'm probably not going to keep this curtain model. Okay, so the walls on, the floors, and the ceiling. Man, and that's pretty much it. So the very last thing that I would have to do to this project, um, honestly, I think okay, I forgot a couple things. Let me copy one of these over. Let's move it and control, drag it over to this wall, and let's move it over to the other wall, turn the ceiling off. Use Q to rotate it 90 degrees. Double click that. Okay, do a move again. And now let's move it back from this wall one more time. And this one needs to be 26 1/4. So 26 space 1/4. And the last thing that you would have to do is stage it. You know, ultimately that's pretty much it. You know, so let's figure this out together. Oh, that's right. The ceiling fan. Let's group this. Not the most high poly model ever, but it's high poly enough and it'll do. We have our centerpiece here, so let's copy it. Let's turn the floor off and turn the ceiling on. I have no measurement for where the fan should be in this room. It's one thing that I didn't measure, but you know, we're just gonna wing it. Let's paste. And okay. So based on where I am right now, I know that this is about at the center of this door. And really, that's pretty close to where it actually is. Let's just put it right there. And let's turn this back on. Yeah, that's pretty close to where it actually is. Yep. Okay, so file, save. Oh man, we've gotten really far. I'm gonna throw this video on real quick while I go and run a quick install on some software.
Yeah, I think that's something that I've ebbed and flowed with over the years as a creative. I think that like there's a lot of there's a lot of hustle culture in terms of, wake up at 4 a.m., never sleep. I'm always working. And I
Yeah.
think that maybe there are people who can operate like that. I can't. I need I need my rest and sleep. Otherwise everything I do is just chaotic and so
Yeah.
much less effective.
And I
So
think I think like sometimes I find myself in a predicament where it's like, okay, and then just push through. And so I can like suffer through for a week or even two. But then I'm gonna sleep, I'm not even kidding, for like 20 hours straight. I've done that before. Once I slept for more than a day. And when I woke up, it was during winter in Sweden. You never know what time is it.
With
I
our three
hadn't
hours of
realized
light.
I
Yeah.
had skipped the whole day. Everything was just so confusing.
For
And
sure.
so yeah, I have this kind of deal with myself where it's like, if I have to go through some crazy hours, then, don't worry, you're gonna have your Sunday where you will just like almost like die for a whole day, and then you get to come back.
I imagine you just hit one of those with this recent release of Dash, just like a huge push to get it out.
Yeah,
What?
I,
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah.
Hmm.
No, go
I
for
mean,
it.
I, I
What
haven't,
was
I
that
haven't
like?
actually, I haven't actually been able to sleep for that
Okay.
long since Dash.
Ah.
I mean, I feel like now more than the last couple of weeks, I have never felt so much in the zone. Like, the team is pushing amazing work. I get to code a lot. I get to come up with a lot of ideas. I get to make art every single day. I got to make the 1.7 release,
Yeah,
which was
yeah.
quite
Let
fun
me
to do all
finish
those
this
super
install real quick.
rushed. So there's so many things that I'm working on that it's just every minute that I don't spend creating. Like we have all these tools that allow you to create like path. Like we have a tool called QuickPipe, which does pipes because it's still not easy in Unreal Engine. But we have other tools for like roads, rails, that type of stuff. And for this week, I'm dedicating the whole time to just improving all of them. And that way, as a user, you can sit in and go, I want to make a beautiful environment that's like along a road or something like that. And it should be simple, super simple. Draw a road, you have the geometry, drag and drop your material, use our blend material feature, which is select three, like three asphalts with one of them like crackled. And then you start blending the parameters. You want to
Almost
have
done,
rails,
ladies.
drag and
Almost
drop
done.
them on the road. Now you have rails, adjust the width, scatter the forest, have everything be controlled by the width of the road. And and then, you just start going like, I like that. Let me put some fog. You type fog on Dash, and now you have the fog. You put it there. The post-processing is great. Let me take an image from one of Nolan's movie. You drag and drop it on the dash bar. We have this feature where you drop an image on the dash bar. We extract color grading from it, and we apply it on the scene.
Yeah.
So I feel like in every aspect, in creatively, technically, I'm just really in the zone. So maybe end of the month, like last day or something, that's when I'll go like goodbye world for a whole day.
Yeah, your energy and passion for all this is coming through very strongly. Like I
I mean,
talking like
yeah,
yeah, it's very cool to have found a tool that I resonated with so strongly, and to talk to the founder, and you're so passionate about it. It's yeah, it's very cool to see like that flow you mentioned, or that zone you mentioned. Like what is that perfect day for you? Like as a creative, like you wake up, like
yeah,
what are the things that align for you to be like, yeah, that was the day?
nothing. I think that's the thing. I learned to embrace the chaos. I don't even care that things are in place, or I woke up with a headache, or maybe I woke up, I got some bad news, company, family, neighbor, whatever. It's just like I'm just gonna sit down. There's these songs which is like dark sci-fi ambient music. People upload like 4-hour versions, and they put like Mid-Journey, beautiful sci-fi
Like
images of
Space
Mid-Journey.
Wave is one of my
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
Space
and so you just
wave.
start. I just put that on the TV, and I start listening to it, and then I start working, and just cruising through it. But I think have this unwritten rule of I should never let a rhythm or something dictate how I'm going to spend the rest of my day. I don't always live up to it, but I try to do it most of the time. If suddenly I get interrupted by like something where I need to go out for an hour or whatever, it's like, God damn it, like that's as hard as I allow myself to be angry most of the time. Just like, oh man. And then it's like, okay, let's get back to it. And but I think most of it mostly about the passion aspect. It's I really really like the real world. Like I don't go out often, and I think maybe that gives me a better sense of appreciation. But this obsession of looking at something and almost trying to understand that it wants to be painted and communicated to a wider world than this tiny corner of Gothenburg. I'm so obsessed by that idea of corners around the world kind of talking to me and saying, please spread the word, you know,
Yeah.
I am the true art piece, you know, create me. And I think that feeling when I go out there probably drives me like 50% of the time. Yeah.
On that note, and maybe just kind of closing,
V-Ray.
I was wondering throughout this, you know, you're kind of manifesting and building all of these things. It seems like you have a vision and you just go and build it, but I imagine there's a lot of constraints along the way. But if there were no constraints on what you could build, is there a technology or world building tool that
Mhm.
you wish that you could build, or maybe that you imagine someday we can have as creators that just isn't possible now, but you in your imagination wish that we could
Yeah.
have?
We're installing
Hmm.
V-Ray.
You know, I'm incredibly lucky to have like the team at Polygon Flow is just so freaking talented. And there are days where I just wake up and I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I get to start the day with these people. And we had this, have this app, which is like, it's called Clio. It's a 3D app on the iPad. Like we have the whole thing, like the scene management, you can put assets in it. The content browser there is actually better than the one Dash has. You know, you can just drag and drop asset. Everything feels snappy. And I dream of a world for Polygon Flow. The Polygon Flow of tomorrow could be 2026 or 7, whatever.
Okay, back at it real quick. Now, we're gonna load in V-Ray. We'll just click on the asset browser. A couple things that I know that I know I am going to need to do is get rid of a lot of textures. We're not gonna do any of that right now. Let's see. I don't think I have a sunlight in the scene, but I could be wrong. Um, the first thing that I'm going to do though is just kind of zoom in here enough to get us a view of the room. And we're going to save. Let's turn the floor back on. So structure, floors. We're going to save this as a new view. So camera, let's go view, animation, add scene. This is scene 4. I'm going to go ahead and click on my settings, and we're going to do RTX, high plus quality, update at the end, denoiser, camera, standard, exposure. All of this we're going to keep as is, depth of field, render output. I'm going to do 1920 by 1080. Smaller is going to have us give us faster renders. I'm okay with that though. There are a couple of textures that are probably going to have to load. I don't need to save any images. Resumable rendering. That's a really cool feature that I've never used before. Resumable rendering feature function. I'm not going to use that right now. Environment. Material override. I'm going to keep that off because I do want that glass texture to render. And I don't believe I have a sun in here just yet. So I'm going to go ahead and place a dome light. We're just going to put this like kind of in the middle of the scene. And we're going to go ahead and save this and then run our first real-time rendering. So render with V-Ray interactive, render with V-Ray. We're going to go V-Ray interactive. And the goal is going to be to play around with the lights. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to just keep this on top. It's possible that I can with Control Windows and T. So let's try that real quick. Control Window T. In the event that I decide to move the scene around, which I probably won't, but I do have my scene saved, my camera position saved. So we're loading. Let's go to view. We're gonna turn off section cuts. Wait, view section cuts on. We're gonna hide section panes. Oh. Maybe we turn section cuts off. All right, that's more like it. All right, so this is essentially what the scene looks like right now. And what I'm going to have to do is bring sunlight in through the window. So I'm going to bring up the asset editor. And let's see if we can do a Control Alt T with this and bring this up on top. And let's modify our sunlight. Let's give it a 5 and see what happens. 100. Dome light. Yep, give us some light starting to come through that window. I am going to have to make some changes, though, I know, because that sunlight's coming through the door. Yeah, we're going to have to make a couple changes real quick to the scene. So let's go to View, Animation, Update Scene, and then once we get outside, everything is going to be super bright. So let's set this back to 1 and 1. And we need to change the sun direction. All right, so it looks like our sun is in the wrong direction. Let's go down to material override. Let's go to settings, material override. And this is going to help us, I think, get a quicker preview. Let's go back to lights. There we go. Now we're starting to load. So you guys can't quite see what I got going on over here, but I'm repositioning my lights. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a pane. Okay, and let's move this pane in front of this window. Let's move it over here first. Let's do a Q, rotate it. I can't really tell where this is, what this is shining on right now. It looks like this whole thing is blocking the sun, actually. So this directional light is actually blocking our sun. Let's make some changes. Let's do invisible. And then let's set it. Let's go back inside. You guys can't exactly see what's happening just yet. Section cuts need to be turned off. And let's set this to, let's see what this looks like when we go 300. That's super bright. All right, so this is a good start. The only one big issue that I have right now is that I have light coming through one of the doors. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to grab this door. Okay, let's see here. Shift, hide. Okay, X, paste. Let's control X. Nah. I gotta figure out where all these pieces to my door are. And it's possible that I didn't even put them in there. Although I thought I did. Super strange. Super strange. Oh, it is in there. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this door and I'm gonna rotate it. Let's see, 45 degrees. Let's go back to our scene. Let's go to view, hide the section cut. And you would think we would have light coming in here all from this direction, but there's no light shining this way. In other words, the light isn't bright enough. So here's what I'll do real quick. I'm going to close off this wall section temporarily. So let's do line. All right, y'all can't see what's going on just yet, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. Group. Shift. H. See reverse faces. Cool. And let's turn this into a box P or line. See, let's go to orient faces or all right. All right, this is a start, but you know, I've got to figure out like my natural. Oh, okay. I know one thing. I did override materials. Or I thought I did. I thought I overrode materials. Let's turn off material override. And One thing that I can do though is, let's see what this ceiling fan material, what this material is. We should have some interesting materials, but I don't know if we have a material browser of, let's see, base materials in Cosmos. Like all of my materials. Let's search glass and glass in distorted 01. Let's do milk, glassy milk download. I have no idea where all of my materials are, but here's what we'll do. We'll go open this folder and we're going to navigate to 3D projects. It's not an unsorted, I don't think. Let's see, projects. Nope. Let's go to 3D projects. Is it in textures? Let's just try this and see what comes up. Textures. I've got to have some glass in here. And let's just find something simple. Looking for something that's a bit of like a frosty white. Or something kind of blurry. LED clear. Let's try this one. Apply to selection. And there's literally nothing in here except for a few LEDs, which I don't. Maybe we can try Shift H. And let's grab emissive. So technically what I can do with these is I can turn these into a light object, which is convert to mesh light. And under lights, let's rename this to fan light. Okay. Let's get away from that. Escape, escape. Oh, no. I don't want that to be a light. Never mind. Let's turn this to a mesh light. Let's do a push pull. There we go. So we're going to stop this interactive render just quickly. We're going to name this mesh light to fan light. And then we're going to go here and convert these some mesh lights as well. All right, let's see if there's anything else in here that needs to be converted to a light. I don't think so. Let's go back to scene 4. View. Let's turn off selection cuts, section cuts, scenes. Scene 4. Update scene. Camera location, hidden objects, visible tags, update. Okay. Let's close this. And now we should start our interactive render over, and it should process our lights. And that way we can start to get a decent idea of what our scene is going to look like with the appropriate lighting settings, or with some like real lights in here. So now I just need to go and modify these lights. So with our fan light, we're going to set this to 300. And let's see how much brighter that's going to look to fill our space. 300 default. Let's see, luminance, radiant power. There we go. Radiant is going to give us some good light. And this mesh light, we also need to set to radiant. All right, we don't have any serious materials on our walls yet. Everything is basically white at the moment. Let's pull this down just a little. Our sunlight, I want to change the color to like a bluish color. Maybe a tint of like orange would look better even. All right, so I'm going to move Sketchup to another screen, and I'm going to adjust the color of a few things. X group, paste in place. Let's go to textures, wall. Wall 01. I want a kind of dark looking wall. Apply to selection. All right, so this is where the building of the scene actually starts to happen. We're looking for a carpet that's slightly darker than our wall. Now I need to figure out what the material is for this. Let's go to materials. 0129 white smoke. Yeah, not too sure what's happening there. Okay, but this is the start of what a rendering would look like. This is like low exposure. I think it's lower exposure because I have the light set to be like extremely bright to light the scene. I'm sure my carpet texture is a little small, and it's not. There's no like V-Ray fur like material. And that's something that I will need to add to the scene to add some more realism. The shader, so let's see, metal. Something that looks a little bit brown and not so glossy to apply to a few of these materials. So let's go bronze. Okay. So, my light is way too bright. I'm not using the appropriate textures for this whole scene. But at the end of the day, I've got the entire room built out, and everything looks, I would say, pretty good so far. With just, all the work that we've done to it thus far, everything looks decent. There are a lot of things that need the appropriate textures. But, this isn't The Sims. This isn't some game where you can just build whatever. This is a legitimate, like, from the ground up development of a real property. And this is what it looks like. In its current state. I'm not using, like really super high quality assets for the fan and the light. But, let's assume we got all the appropriate textures in here. Like, this is doing a pretty damn good job so far with, like, the ray tracing, the bouncing of light. And I'm satisfied with how far I've come with the project. There's so much to be done. The first thing that I would normally do is just strip all the textures off of every single thing, and I would texture everything one at a time, like one thing at a time. But this is what we've got. Let's close. See if I can close the texture browser. Oh, Oh, there it is. Let's close this as well. Move this out of the way. All right, and that's it. That's it for this stream for now. I've built the entire room. I've put the fan up here. You know, this is what it looks like. You know, if we were to get all the appropriate wall colors and the correct carpet and actually go through and stage the scene, it'll look more lived in. There is no carpet. There's just a texture on this floor plane. The plugs, the outlets, I need to add a new texture to the outlets. I need to adjust the sun, the sky, and I need to, you know, fix the color of the light that's coming into the window. You know, I just really need to set dress this whole thing. I've got to add some textures to the fan. The fan looks really, really messed up. I'm pretty sure if I look at it up close, it's going to look like plastic. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I think there are a lot of opportunities for light to be bounced upwards. If I had like a white bed or some items that could bounce light back onto the ceiling, then the ceiling could reflect some more light into the environment to make rendering faster, because the more light you have, the faster the rendering happens. But as you can see, like, there is a bit of a shadow on the wall and the doors. There are some pieces that are missing on the hinge over here, but you know, ultimately we have the entire room designed. And what I love about this is with V-Ray, even though the ceiling and the walls are two separate objects and the floor is a separate object, we don't have any, you know, bleeding or weird artifacts. And that's the beauty of like using V-Ray. Now, when you go to bring this into Unreal Engine, you may, and I don't know, things might change, but with things like Lumen, you may have to find a way to combine a lot of your assets and bring in a certain type of texturing method to keep from light from bleeding into the corners where the pieces are technically disconnected, right? Because there's no caulking or mud, like sheetrock mud or anything that we, you know, put on the walls to join the walls to the ceilings and the walls to the trim, right? They're individual assets in the engine, and the engine might not be precise enough to know that there's no space between these items, or that there shouldn't be, right? So when you're talking about real-time lighting and Lumen, there is V-Ray for Unreal Engine, I think. I don't know how quickly that type of a program like runs, but as you can see on the doorknob, we've got like some shiny material on the doorknobs, and that's not appropriate for, you know, what the real world material looks like. But I think overall this is a good start to this project. And for those of you that have watched for 8 hours, 4 if you watched at double speed, I hope that you gained something from this, and I hope that this gives you a look into using SketchUp and V-Ray. Now, there are ways to build things much faster, like walls and buildings and rooms, but we're talking about having total control over the assets and then being able to ultimately bring this into an engine. So some future videos, once I go through on my own off of the stream and optimize these materials, and I clear out the materials for all of the assets in this project, and then I bring in all the materials for the items and get the lighting and everything right, I'll do another stream where I bring all of these individual assets into the engine, and whether it be using Datasmith or exporting these items as individual static meshes. I'm going to do a stream where I bring all of this stuff into the engine and potentially retexture everything in the engine. to show you what it looks like to walk around in the environment, like in this room, first person, third person, right? So this looks pretty good. It's working on cleaning up the noise right now. That fan looks fake. Partly because the texture for the light is way too bright. We've got shadows coming from the trim over here. That looks super realistic. You see a little bit of rounding happening up here. All right, you can see the detail in the door a little bit. I tried to fix this, but I don't know what happened. We'll figure that out a little bit later. All right, you got your vent up there looking pretty good. And I'm gonna call it a day. I'm very satisfied with this final. Thanks for watching.